ruler. This is the right layout. For some reason, I had to stare at that for like 30 seconds before recognizing it. Share balloon. First, congratulations. Just rocking out to my own music over here. What is up first? Xaroo. First Addy on Harsher Truths. Hello, hello. Drake versus Andy. Let me make this a little bigger. Drag you across the country for a 1-hour meeting? That's very weird. You're number 9 tonight. You gotta make sure you don't fall asleep just in case. Hello. Yeah, I've been doing about 9, I think. It really depends on how long. If you stream it, they will come. You just want to forget about the Mariner Cup? Oh no. The new tournament that's coming up, I think submissions are starting this week, is what I saw JJ say in Discord chat. There'll be a fog tournament. They are still playing. There's 5 rounds. I'm waiting for my 3rd round to start. There's a brutal battle going on between the 2 players. You're prepared to lose first round in VOD game? Oh no. Yep, I actually have a league game going. I'm playing a single High Funds league game. Where you missile? I'm gonna take a True Boss's throne. I'm gonna stop Inkagark from just being number 1 in all 3 modes. I'll fight him in High Funds. That's the plan. Very slowly. Thoughts on High Funds? Well, the harassment is such a big deal. Harassment's huge in like standard and fog, but in High Funds it's so impactful. When you slow down the economy, you're slowing it down in chunks of 2,000 instead of just 1. At least that's how I view High Funds. There's also like in the mid to late game, you have much more rapid uses of the powers. You can bring out the big guns sooner. There he is! Yeah, and Kagaki should be scared. I'm like a 900 in High Funds. But since High Funds is such a small ladder, I'll actually get in range of you really fast. Although I don't think you're queued up for more games, so you're gonna escape for now. With all the harassment, very toxic in the capture phase. Yeah, there's a lot of harassment. The poor infantry. Like, we all say that the infantry are the most important unit, and then you just harass them constantly, and then sacrifice them, put them up in front of scary weapons. But Ingegarg is... You're really close to being number 1 in all the modes. I think Nightmare is currently ahead of you in Fog. But you're definitely number 1 in Standard. And then... Is it just 2 people ahead of you in High Funds? A True Boss stopped queuing, so I guess Shock is the only one standing in your way. You've never lost to Ingegarg? I've never lost to Ingegarg either. You know, we're not the ones allowing this to happen. You're going for that number 1 Fog spot? Now's your chance? Nightmare is no... Nightmare is no easy pickings. It actually has a higher Fog rating than I do, so... It's definitely not a easy task. But yeah, I'm not currently playing in Fog. Now there's Ingegarg. But Torture it is. I also have to replace. I'm just letting some people come on in. So they don't have to enter during, like, halfway into the give it a couple more minutes, and then we'll look at this this game. We'll see how it plays out. I think this is the first Drake versus Andy I've seen on this map. I think this is the first Drake I've seen on this map, actually. It's starting with had like double airports, and you're starting with an airport. I can see why Drake isn't super well loved. Overtaken by an alt? Question mark in Fog? I don't know if Nightmare is an alt, but if they are, I think it's probably... Well, I guess technically it must be an alt that's overtaken the main, because it's the top Fog rated, so... I don't know if you can still call that an alt anymore. I didn't watch the Djandjan game. Was Djandjan playing Drake? I think I did watch the Djandjan. Oh, wait. I don't remember. Unless it's Drake versus Lash. What a weird mixed-based map. I sure hope no intense high-stress games had to be played on it. Oh, yeah, no, I remember. Yeah. Djandjan was against Drake. He was playing Lash, right? And his opponent kind of resigned a little early. But Djandjan had some good compensation for the amount of damage he'd taken. That was a while ago. What makes this map special? Well, it's a mixed base map. It's made, I believe it's made by Walker, who makes some pretty solid mixed base maps. Walker and Voice of Akasha make really good ones. Traditionally, they kind of have this double base in the center like they do here. This one's kind of divided sort of in half by like the river with little crossing points. Starflash is just burnt out. That happens. You have very contested comm towers, but for like player 2, there's only really this base that can contest it, and this base also has to secure this airport and all of these captures, so it's a very important base. And the same for player 1 over here. These two are like weak points because they're very isolated, kind of pinned in by the 1 base over here and the 2 base over here, and it has to extend down here to try and contest this comm tower. So in a lot of games, you're going to see just pressure being put on these bases, and the comm towers may or may not fall. And it's definitely not unheard of these bases to fall entirely, and then you just have all of player 1 controlling this kind of moon of the map, and then player 2 controlling this one. And then it's no longer mixed base. But in general, it's mixed. Since it's a mixed base map, you're gonna have a lot of tiny fronts at the start. So like here, you'll be fighting this general area and fighting over here. This base is fighting over here, over here. The 2 base is fighting over here, maybe over here. So there's like 1, 2, technically 3, I guess, 4, 5, 6 fronts that you're fighting on. So a lot of it's going to come down to how are you investing in those fronts, and how is someone like forcing someone to invest in the front and abandoning the front so that investment doesn't really get to do much damage, and then the units are switching away to hit someone else and that kind of thing. Did D just break another armchair on that 3v3 match? I don't think so. Okay, I think we got enough players. We got enough viewers. I'll start it up. We've got Xaroo, Disobeyed playing Drake as player 1. AddyP playing as Andy as player 2. There's a couple openings you can go for. There's an early recon, early tank, usually from this 2 base side, or you can get an early artillery, usually over here too, to try and lock down properties up here. You could also go for an early copter, but the main problem with going for a really early copter is that it's not hard for this 2 base to just build an anti-air and zone that copter, which will make you really sad. You don't really want to build a vehicle and just get zoned. What does Disobeyed even mean? Xaroo Disobeyed is a Wargroove player who came over to Advanced Wars by web after I played in their tournaments. I imagine he still plays Wargroove. Oh, okay. AddyP is going for an early artillery up here, is pretty interesting. I'm not seeing many immediate uses. Typically the artillery gets bought up here in reaction to an attack coming. In this case, there's nothing pressuring this base to build an artillery, so maybe the plan is to break this pipe seam and then have an attack down towards this HQ. Or there might be some sort of dream about sending it over here to like lock down properties. Air is pretty strong on this map, and you have double airports as well. Okay, I'm not 100% sold on this move by AddyP, by Xaroo, because AddyP is going to have enough money to build tank and then triple infantry, and then the tank is going to be able to shield these properties, and that'll make this infantry move kind of awkward. It won't be able to attack without getting absolutely demolished by a tank. And I guess it might be to go for the comm tower. We'll see. I would prefer to move over here where it's harder to be harassed and just go for this income. You don't really want to have your 1 base trying to contest a double base for properties, infantry on infantry. I like the recon buy, just because I like recons. But the large number of units might make global damage rather tempting. It is true that there's going to be a lot of units, which is good for global damage, but most of the units are going to be really cheap, so it's going to take a while for, it's going to be like just tanks and copters. It's going to take a while to build up, and lots of infantry, because you have to build from so many bases. So it's going to take a while to build up all this charge to get your actual power. Andy can get away with it because Andy can go for negative trades to get the charge and then heal up all of the damage taken from those negative trades. If Drake goes for those same number of negative trades that Andy can do to get a spike of power charge, Drake just kind of really sad overall. It weakens how much of an impact his global damage had on the values of the armies. Okay, so this still might be going for the pipe seam. It's not currently covering anything, so it might be big future plans kind of deal. There wasn't a tank built here. There was actually a tank built way down here, which I assume is going to be a response to this recon. I would wait until the recon's moved out to build a tank here, because now this recon can just go somewhere else. Perfectly happy. And this looks fine. Didn't need the tank here. Even just infantry are able to ward off. Saratzer. Okay. Recon is charging forward. Regardless of the tank, it has tank backup. There's an artillery built down here as well. Okay. Kind of mirroring. I'm not sure what the plan with the artillery is, but we'll see it soon. Okay, so this was indeed going to just go for the comm tower, and then we're going to have an infantry fight over that. Probably build an anti-air in response to your opponent doing this move, because they didn't build a tank to defend this, so their plan is probably going to be to move the infantry down and build a copter. Long live the king. Andy just respect the Drake infantry on the mountain. Well, it's not like you'd want to hit it. Wouldn't the high funds help with keeping the tech level up? If there weren't 4 bases and 4 fronts that you were fighting on, then it would. If you invest a lot of money, once you have a lot of money into teching up on one front, that's going to make all your other fronts a lot. Did Addy miss a cap? Or delay a cap because of the... That's fine. Yeah, that's the only cap that could happen. Just send this guy over. Going for this capture. Yeah, it's fine. Looks fine. Looks like Xaroo is going to get this uncontested, which is nice. Okay, that is a really weird move, but I guess this guy's going to come down to stop the comm tower. I don't know why this guy retreated. You're going to want more infantry in range of the comm tower when your opponent's posturing like this. Oh, you mean you could have gone for this capture instead of this capture? That's true. I don't think it super matters. I guess it wouldn't matter if a tank got built. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there was definitely some respect going on there, but this also has its own advantages since it's controlling the mountains around the comm tower. Okay, so this tank just moves up. And then artillery is built. This is going to be... I mean, I'm interested to see how this artillery does. It's going to have a hard time because this is just a single base and the infantry are already really spread out. So like blocking for it is going to be a bit of a nightmare. Okay. Tanks are saying hi to each other. Some captures. Moving this recon onto this forest. Okay. Not quite sure why. That doesn't seem good. It can just get hit by the tank, and then the artillery can just cover the tank from the city. And that tank gets built or something. So a little daring. I don't know why this guy's attacking in here. Another recon gets built. There's a lot of infantry here, and AddyP is going to be really happy to be able to exchange infantry with this one base side, which once these infantry are gone and there's any amount of pressure on this base, it can just never build another infantry because it has to keep matching vehicles built from this 2 base, which can always build infantry vehicle for once. Well, if they were modeling enough on my game, they would have gone with a fast recon. There's going to be a lot of games on this map, yeah, because it's a tournament map. So yeah, this is really good for AddyP. Kill off an infantry. Still not sure what's up with these artillery. And now a mech's been built. The artillery fired 1 shot at the pipe seam. Both players. And here you can see the recon just gets tagged by this tank. Instead of sending the recon down like this towards the base, you would instead want to send it off to like the right or to the left to ward off the infantry, and then be in a spot where if the tank hits it, the artillery isn't able to cover it so nicely. Coffee. Go Drake! Ooh, the infantry actually lived. Okay, so this is going to turn out... So far it's been like almost a 1-for-2 trade, but these guys are going to get absolutely crushed by the wave of infantry. I like these attacks a lot more, because these infantry aren't very well supported, and now the artillery can come in and cover. Okay. I guess the plan is just group up the tanks. Usually you want to move them in place. Like, they don't have to be this close to each other, for instance, to be defending each other. They do have 6 move. So usually you want to move them into places where they're actually threatening, while also covering other things. In this case, I think they're kind of moving over here to have some control in this fight. Their real goal is to protect this infantry in this comm tower. They're just barely in range of it. Joined together, which is fine. Comes the tank. Fighting. Something's going to have to deal with this artillery, because it's going to get a nice shot on a full health infantry. Okay, this artillery is working out pretty nicely. I definitely underestimated it. This one so far hasn't done anything, but it looks like it has maybe a dream of parking right here and trying to get a base lock. The mechs are attacking the pipes very, very slowly. Base lock on itself. Oh, wait, you're right. This is Addy approaching Addy. Okay, I don't know why it moved over here. Okay, well, if that's not going for a base lock, because you are very right. Or maybe it's to break this pipe seam then? I don't know. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this artillery. I like the base lock idea if it was the other player. Makes base makes a fool of all of us, it's true. Interesting, decided to shoot the one on the city. Let the 3 health recon get a nice kill. Sounds good. This is looking very nice for Subbie-I. Make sure to stay out of this artillery range. This tank is out of tank range, so that's looking pretty nice. A lot of these infantry are just injured though, so we'll see if they can get finished off next turn, otherwise they'll get healed up. Very happy. Tower. Okay. Overloads its artillery a little bit, but these tanks are definitely going to die for this. And unfortunately, this infantry is going to be able to get this interrupt. So, probably should have just bailed in this situation. Or you can go for this capture anyway, and then just bring a whole bunch of tanks over to try and punish once these guys have to move further away from the base. I guess this is locking down this city as well. Okay, it's the recon. Recon lives. It's the city. 5 teams getting beat up by many mechs. This is not the route I thought they were going to take, but that works too. Okay. The artillery must have been moving down here just to cover this city then, and now it's moving over here to still cover the city. It doesn't really protect this infantry because this guy wants to hit from the mountain anyway. In which case this artillery would have to move here instead, so it can cover that. For all the purchases, we have tank, artillery, infantry. This mech walked 1 square to the left. Okay. This mech cleared the pipe seam. Continuing with the captures. Does kill off that tank. Getting a full unit kill is always nice against Andy, so it can't be healed up. Artillery's putting some nice pressure on this side. Trying to go for this city. Unfortunately, though, this artillery is going to get another nice shot. Well, let's just kill a 4 health, but then the double tank can hit here and this infantry is captured. But the fighting over here is working a lot better. This recon's blocking the square that an infantry could actually interrupt this capture, so that's good. This guy just takes a step back. Build another tank. I think there hasn't been any air built. It was just a triple tank turn. The mechs are breaking through this pipe seam down here. Okay. Things get wiped out. Infantry can interrupt. No one's getting the comm tower as of yet. Okay. Doesn't want to bring in this tank to stop this capture. It would probably be fine to go tank into the forest, infantry strike, and then you get hit down to like 4 from this artillery, but then you'll have your super next turn, so you just heal yourself up. You're perfectly fine. Although I guess it is the game of chicken in Andy versus Drake over who uses the powers first. Yeah, this is not a great place to fight, and Andy could indeed eventually build a copter to ward it off. Looks like we're mostly just sticking with tanks. We got mechs and infantry up here. We have artillery staring each other down. Okay. That would signal to me that Andy wants to use the super soon. Hit the artillery, sure. Well, that looks really unlucky to lose the recon there, but I'm not sure why the attack happened anyway. I'd much rather try and bring this guy back onto the city. Knocking this down to 4 is nice. You have a join cap. And this is definitely an awkward situation for Andy because the artillery is blocking the tank's access to hitting these infantry. So it can interrupt this cap, but, well, maybe. Probably not. It has to actually do 7 damage to interrupt the cap. So it has to move. Do anything here. This is actually looking like a pretty scary attack. Disobeyed. Okay, we have Drake Copter. Totally fine. Disobeyed's pipe seems been broken down here. Okay. These mechs are just kind of dancing around. Artillery took the shot and just kind of backs off. Well, that definitely signals that there is not super coming. Anti-air response to the copter. That makes sense. Looks like the comm tower is going to fall to Andy after all this fighting. A nice capture of this property for a good income swing. We'll see how long that actually holds. And then at this point, Disobeyed's in a similar situation that Andy was in, and that there's just not enough space to actually do any of the attacks that he'd like to. So probably should just back off of his vehicles. There we go. Okay. Definitely don't want to heal your tank up there. You can just kind of get hit. Whoa, okay, well, it's covered by a Neo tank. That's a big buy. Okay, start moving down here. There's no infantry with them yet, so the comm tower isn't really close to falling. Okay. That means there's probably not going to be an Andy super, otherwise you would use something else and have the mech just start capturing with the +1 movement. Okay. Lots of injured infantry that are waiting for the super. Another mech. You can build a rocket here and then cover this base. It'd be very annoying. But the mechs do kind of ward it off. Bomber built in response to the Neo tank, the classic counter. These tanks are coming down to put some pressure on this fleeing army, and now the infantry are moving into range of these cities to get some more income. Disobeyed is up 4k currently, which is pretty good. The Neo tank, I'm not quite sure why the Neo tank moved down here. There isn't any of Disobeyed stuff being threatened right now. And the Neo tank's just kind of moving closer to its counter, where instead it could move up here or start moving over here or whatever. Not there, you get shot by an artillery, but you get the idea. The mech hit this pipe seam. The anti-airs are starting to come out. In response to the bomber. It's a pretty solid infantry force coming in on this base, which is leaving definitely a lackluster defense over here. Bomber flies in and hits this infantry. It's out of range of this anti-air. Usually if someone builds a bomber like this against you, you need to build double anti-air, because a single anti-air can just get killed by the bomber. So you You need to have an anti-air around to avenge your anti-air after it gets hit. Looks like this is just going to fall back into Andy's hands. Okay. We have a medium tank over here, which is kind of tough for this army to deal with right now. It can kind of defensively deal with it with an artillery, but they'd really like to have two, because it is an Andy medium tank. The artillery broke the pipe seam. There's another anti-air. Probably should have built that anti-air over from this base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never mind, it reaches. Of course it does. This one moved from this base. Okay, this Neo tank did indeed start moving upwards. If you want to start a fight here, which I'm not sure if Disobeyed does, you can start one by just surrounding the bomber with units and then bringing the anti-airs close. That would force these guys to act to free the bomber. Okay. The city is going to fall right back into Andy's clutches. And even up the income yet again. The medium tank moving down here. Interesting. The anti-air does have a lock on this airport. We just have double tank. So it's going to have there's a huge danger sign here. This artillery is approaching the base. The tank can come by and hit it once. Isn't going to be enough to kill it with no comm tower, even with the super active. Okay. Anti-air gets built in response to this kind of looming copter presence. Bomber just kind of falls back, making sure it's out of range. Oh, it's not out of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Something must be getting placed in front of that bomber. A lot of units didn't move. This artillery is covering the bomber, so the idea might be you hit my bomber, it hits it down to 2. I can use my super to knock it back up to 7, and then the artillery just kills your anti-air. Okay, so Disobeyed is looking at a super play here, as we can see is the sacrificial copter. And usually when you go for the super in the Drake versus Andy matchup, it's because you're going to do enough damage, or get enough kills, I should say, on this turn, due to you're getting a power boost, and everything's at 8 that you're fighting. Like, this will kill the bomber now. That, it makes up for the fact that all of your residual damage is just going to get healed off. It's not going to be able to stop or guarantee this capture on the comm tower, sadly. And there goes the bomber. In this case, it might have been done just to kill the bomber, in which case I think a normal power might be enough. Might not be. It would be enough with a comm tower for sure, but maybe not without. The rain is still going to affect Andy. Okay, it looks like the super was pretty much just to kill this bomber. See the hyper upgrade. Kill off all of that. The damage. Many COs would love to be able to do that. Kind of worth it if you ask you. If you ask you. Kind of. I mean, you do sacrifice an entire copter to do it, and you're also going to have losses down here. This can't reach, luckily. And you will lose this anti-air. I don't know why this artillery didn't fire on it. Maybe they just wanted to run away. The mechs get some nice value, bringing in the artillery over here too. Put some pressure on this base. Okay, we have a medium tank as the answer to the Neo tank now. Disobeyed is going to get this city. Probably going to lose this city during this. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of this play. The mech... I'm not sure why the mech didn't walk up here to finish off this tank. Because this artillery is going to just kill this tank. And there's a... definitely a very sizable threat coming down here on this HQ. Pretty good artillery placement. I like it. It's open to only an infantry hitting it. Copter built just to contest this tower. Neotank comes in to hit the mech on the mountain? What? I guess it's covered by an artillery, so it's not so bad. It does suck up a first strike from a medium tank, which isn't the best. I have no idea why this artillery just ran into this corner. Okay, it's gonna join capped. Sure, bring the anti-air and the tank over. I mean, this definitely looks like Andy is gonna get this comm tower now. Artillery takes out this tank. There is a nice attacking force from above. Tank gets shot, getting taken out by this tank. Luckily, the infantry force that came down with this attack is kind of wiped out. So there's not really any threat of like Disobeyed losing these cities. Gets a high roll and actually does 2 damage to the there. And it just moves on in with a nice cluster of artillery and mechs and infantry. Not the kind of force you really want to attack into. Drake Mega? Is there a Drake Mega? Did I miss it? No, there's no Drake Mega. Moves back. Not sure why. Okay. Well, this isn't going to be a great blocker because there's lots of stuff that can just clear it out of the way. It doesn't have to be the Neo tank. And then you don't really want to give the Neo tank a first strike on your medium tank, because they hit really hard. So I'd much rather have the medium tank just hit the Neo tank. But it could be that AddyP is trying to stop Xaroo Disobeyed from getting the super really fast. And that would definitely generate a lot of charge. Okay, so we have the Drake normal power. We'll see what that unlocked as far as kills. That would have happened anyway. It's looking really bad so far. You don't want to knock stuff down to like this kind of health that just heals up. Killing off this mech is good. Sorry about that, I sneezed. Okay. Let's get a kill on the infantry. Oof. Doesn't kill the artillery. That's probably just because of the no comm tower. Clears the way. Some death. Some, oh my gosh. Thought for sure that was going to kill. Definitely some decent damage. See how nicely the Neo tank does damage-wise against medium tank, but of course, Andy Super is going to make that feel kind of silly. This tank can try to kill it. Maybe with the 4 health infantry to help. It is on a forest, though. But if you don't kill the medium tank, then attacking it always feels really good. Okay, so this looks like it's going to be a really, really scary Andy Super. Right now, it looks like the army values are like drastically in Disobeyed's favor, but Disobeyed's only 2 units up here. So I do not know why this tank is running. We're gonna have Andy Super take the comm tower. So he's like a single fight anywhere, and then this will be a 9 health tank. That works too. This tank I think could have died. Bam! There goes the copter. This Neo tank is gonna get finished off by an infantry. It hurts. And then here comes the attack. Pretty much doomed of an the attack on this base is pretty much doomed now. The artillery can shoot a tank, but I don't see any way to stop the medium tanks from breaking through. Oh my gosh. Did not think that would die. This infantry does hold on, though. Disobeyed does have extra defense from having the power active, but AddyP currently has a plus 40% attack. So the trades are going to look very favorable. You guys see how this is ending up now. AddyP is ahead by 9 units at the end of their turn. It was a pretty solid breakthrough here, though, and I think this looks like the capture's going to go through. Which is definitely good news for Disobeyed. There's still, like, no infantry with this attack down here, so it's definitely not a huge priority. Gotta run away over here. I'm not quite sure what's up with the rocket buy. It's going to be really hard to hold on. There isn't really that much left to defend it. I definitely approve of this fallback over here. And things start rolling up. Have a city interrupt. We'll lose that infantry, probably. Medium tank bot will probably save the rocket, otherwise anti-air breaks through the infantry and the tank can hit the rocket. Okay. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this army over here, but it's just kind of trying to make itself as unappealing to attack as possible. I thought I was going to start marching down to this HQ and then set up the artilleries around and then just bleed out Disobeyed's army. They have to stop the HQ from falling. Okay, the rocket's getting into position. It's got a nice little wall going for it. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aw, this tank can't quite reach this infantry. So the base was cleared, but there's nothing around to actually stand on it. This APC buy is pretty interesting. It must be just because of all the fuel drain. The mechs are marching. Got a tank on the HQ, and there isn't an artillery staring at it, so it's okay. All right. I mean, this attack is looking very threatening on the double base. This attack is looking pretty threatening on the double base too. This could kind of collapse on it. All right. Moving down here, just attacking infantry. Finishes off that interrupt. Gets a nice hit on that artillery, so it's no longer that threatening of a lock on the base. This is very important. Build up pipe runner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't even reach the HQ. Okay. Marching over to the right, I guess, to try and cover this capture. It's fine. These guys are also moving out of here. Totally giving up on the pressure on the HQ. I'm not sure why these guys are hanging out over here. They should probably join the defense of the base. There's nothing, even in 2 turns, that can reach the comm tower. Or maybe they're trying to, like, catch Disobeyed unawares. Get a flank on the rocket. Okay, mech just moves onto the mountain. It's an annoying blocker. There is an 8 health infantry here, though, to clear it. Okay. A single tank is built to defend down here. Lots of medium tanks have taken the field. It would make sense for Andy probably to build a Neo tank or a Mega tank or something. Something that can, like, clear out these medium tanks and won't die very easily. Medium tank just stands on the base to kill a mech. Sure. Is base... Oh, there's the Neo tank. Right before the rocket can get into place to try and lock it. Here come some copters diving in, overloading the anti-air. And putting the artillery in range. Defend this one, which I guess just means this one dies. Disobeyed does have enough charge for a normal power here. Down a lot of units, but has a very threatening position. So we'll see if there's some sort of breakthrough that can happen. Good majority of the units that Disobeyed's missing, that AddyP has, are kind of this huge cluster of infantry and mechs that hasn't really been fighting. Okay, so we have a Drake normal power. This is probably to try and, or actually to clear this base with medium tank. That's gonna force this Neo tank. Oh, the Neo tank can't even do it. I was gonna say it's gonna force the Neo tank to hit the base, but no, it's got a 1 health tank blocker that actually holds the line here. Very, very nice. So Drake is gonna get a base out of this. There is an opposing force down here from Andy that with the super 1, 2, 3, 4 2, 3 forest can kill both of these infantry, but then doesn't have anything to actually stand on this base. Could always just try and, like, sandwich this force together. It's like a 40k heal. Alright, just goes up. Gonna take out this rocket. Kill off a bunch of these tanks. Bring the artillery over. It also gets to go for the airport of Drake. Okay, it looks like the trigger is being pulled and this force is finally going to start attacking. Okay. It's not quite the sandwich I was imagining, but that's okay. Going for a lot of these kind of extra properties that there's absolutely no way Disobeyed can really defend. Okay. Not sure why this tank is here. It gives the artillery didn't really have a great target before. Now it does. Alright, Disobeyed does get the base. Able to stop this capture. Oh, for some reason Andy did not go for the airport. I mean, it would have been interrupted. Fine. Okay, full health tank stands here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These units are just a tile out away from being able to actually stand on the base. This tank just dies. We're essentially free. More anti-airs being built. And artillery. And artillery gets built way up here. Tank down here. Disobeyed is definitely strapped for cash on these fronts. Desperately tried to hold the line over here. The artillery can't quite get the kill with the double comm tower. The medium tank has to finish it off. Oh, the APC can stand on the base. Ah, there you go. 3 health medium tank trying to run away. I guess because it just doesn't want to attack like this 2 health medium tank in the artillery range. So that's fine. If it gets away, then it does heal up to 8 with the super, so that's definitely a big threat. Okay, well, it looks like Andy is going to be able to get that base back. It is quite the fight. I don't see how Disobeyed can clear the APC, though. Oh, so yeah, Disobeyed's even going to have a little bit of trouble stopping this infantry from just going into the base. Okay. Oh, Disobeyed just resigns here. It was down a lot of units. So it kind of came down to whether or not this base that Disobeyed took, if they could hold it. And then get back into the game that way. It is looking kind of difficult to hold on for Disobeyed here. Down here is getting artillery locked as well. It's quite the game. Yeah, the APC came in clutch. Stops a medium tank from just being built there. I like the attempt. And there was some success to it because, I mean, the base did fall. But wasn't quite enough. It's a very tough matchup, Drake and Andy. But I kind of like it. I think, I don't know, going for the bomber kill might have been a stretch just because it kind of had a sacrifice and there wasn't enough other stuff happening. I don't know, that's always a tough call. Oh my gosh, you're right. I didn't change it to yellow. I'm so sorry. And they're even facing the same way. Well, I hope that was still watchable. It was certainly quite the game. We have Intrepid versus Djandjan. Too late now, yeah. Just gotta redo the whole match. Not sure who submitted this, but I will go with these colors. I'm facing the right way. Hey. Jess, that is spicy. It's true. Is very spicy because in base light there's a lot of infantry that get built, or not base light, in mixed base. So Jess's infantry are of course weaker, which can kind of bite you in these fights. Whoa. Okay, well it looks like Adder didn't have move by move information saved, so we'll just have to try and we'll see if that's just for that turn or if it's going to be one of those times where, okay, so it looks like Adder is playing with the old interface, would be my guess. Either that or the replay got somewhat broken, so we don't have move by move information. We've only got turn by turn information here. So far it looks like these infantry are just being very aggressive, moving down here to go for these captures. This is something that Jess can definitely deal with by just building a recon next turn. We'll see how that goes about. No, just builds an infantry instead. I guess didn't really have the money for a recon. Yeah, only 5,000. Okay. Just build a recon on the following turn, I guess. These guys still just moving down, going for these captures really fast. Should start lagging behind a little bit in economy. Yeah, just matching right now. Also city skipping here to go for a faster airport, it looks like. So lots of city skips coming out of Adder. Definitely would signal to me that you need to start building some recons to pressure all of those overextended infantry. That's what's happening right here. Because the city skipping is going to hurt your immediate income. So you're going to have it's going to take longer before you can really afford vehicles. And at the same time, it's putting your infantry further out. So if you are prepared to start harassing them, you can definitely punish it. This is almost like a Voice of a Crosser stream. Yeah. Okay. So finishing up these captures and then just moving to over here, trying to get out of range of the recon, maybe? The recon, of course, doesn't have to actually go over here since the city isn't under threat. It can just go up here now. These guys are moving down. Just moving over here. Okay, so this looks like very normal kind of capture phase in the right. Top right. These guys are both capturing these cities right away. Or the airport and the city right away. And the comm tower is being captured right now, which would signal usually that Adder's getting ready to fight. You should at least fake the cap. That is true. If you're going to do the city skip there. It's also not... I mean, we'll see. The plan might be to get a really fast copter. We get torn up by the recons. Okay, the recon does go up here. Just build some more infantry. That tank here. Okay. Just retreating with this guy. Looks good. Adder is building a tank here. moving this guy just a step over to go after this city. These infantry kind of fell back. Just grouped up in a... it fell back to be protected against the recon. This tank was built to protect against the recon, so this recon's gotten a lot of pressure value. It's a 4K unit. 2 tanks were built to defend against it. These infantry, these guys didn't even move. This guy is just moving over here to try and put pressure, I guess, on this city. This guy just took a step forward to threaten to take this city and this city, which is pretty good. Moving into the middle makes sense. These guys are just moving to pressure this city. These guys just finished their capture. Okay. No biggie. It's a... You don't see that every day. Usually, you just walk over here to go for the city. In this case, it was walk all the way around to go for the city. Okay. Some nice captures in these kind of contested areas. I would be definitely expecting a copter from Adder next turn. Tank. Infantry, sure. These tanks are probably just a response to these tanks. Which means this is kind of an unanswered tank. Which I guess Adder's plan is to build a copter. A copter is not actually built, okay. Just moves forward with these infantry, goes for this capture, and then same thing over here with the tanks supporting that. Doesn't go for this capture, pretty interesting actually, just stays there. Doesn't want the tank infantry strike, I guess, even though this tank covers. And then kills off this infantry, gets the 30% roll. Interestingly, attacks with the bottom infantry first, which is going to take more retaliation because it's attacking from planes, but it can retreat to a city to heal, which might be what they're thinking. These guys just kind of form a little wall to try and deny this city. A tank gets built up here. Guessing just to match this tank. Or maybe to come down here and match this tank. No copter being built is really weird to me because Adder did rush that city, or that airport. And there's like a tank it's threatening. I don't know. But this move looks pretty good. The tank really doesn't need to be that close to the infantry, but it is also being used to threaten stuff, so it's fine. And getting the kill down here is pretty nice. It's not very scary for a Jess infantry to hit you back. Ooh. Just rolling on in here. Preventing this capture, very nice. Decides not to try and interrupt over here. Would get beat up in the fight. In this case, this is probably not going to happen. I imagine these infantry can stop this. Letting the tank cover for the recon. Although there is double tank here, so probably the recon will die and then a bunch of infantry will come in and cover. I'm not sold on this attack. Okay. Alright, we'll see what Adder does here. There's a very large group of infantry facing off against just 3. Okay, so these guys all went down. Just killed off this infantry. The 2 health did go over here to heal. Both of these guys are used to try and get that 30% roll, but they don't quite get it. These guys do indeed both gang up to stop this cap, and then a backwards infantry goes for this capture. Makes sense. This tank only moves down 2 tiles, which is really weird to me. It's not actually protecting anything over here unless... No, it's really just not protecting anything. So... Not sure why it moved only 2 down. I guess it's just being indecisive about where the tank wants to go. Recon does get hit. We have tank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can cover the other tank with a normal power. Otherwise, that tank just gets hit first from the horse. And down here, this tank actually retreats, bringing a bunch of forces together to try and stop this capture. Probably cover against the tank attack. Good. These guys fall back. They don't want to mess with trying to contest this city. Very, very conservative play out of Adder. Very Chinese style. Lots of just grouping up and trying to take those that unit count advantage, even letting like properties go and the like. Yeah, the Chinese players tend to have more of this conservative approach. The ones who played in the fog were yeeters. That's definitely not been my experience. It's been lots of this grouping up kind of thing. The new school Chinese are turbo aggro. Ah, okay. I guess I'm just used to playing the old school Chinese. Gotcha. 5, 6. So I'm not quite sure why this infantry moved here. It's totally fine to do so. I guess it stops an infantry from moving. But if I was to do this move, I would attack the 4 health tank to try and chip it down lower. Definitely a little risky to send in your infantry into this fight when you're outnumbered. It looks like Adder is actually going to get this capture. Tank comes up to get this kill on 2 health. Sure. Makes me think this guy probably should have hit a different target. That's okay. So Adder was definitely banking on having the power this turn. Oh, didn't get it. Okay, so just wow, okay, just a full pullback over here. Actually joined the 1 and 8 health infantry together for some reason. Probably looking at these guys coming down and ruining the party, but I think Adder could probably have gotten another turn of combat if they really wanted to. And then also just a pullback over here. That's because the Adder didn't actually get the power, so this tank wasn't protecting. And then, again, a huge... Yeah, okay, yeah. Just bringing everything together. Everything's covered by the 3 tanks. And then over here is just a single hit. Complete the capture. Bring both of those tanks over here after this capture has been completed. And then keep a little bit of pressure on this city. No extra coverage. Okay. That seems a little daring, but I'm going to assume that some tanks are going to get built to cover this. Interesting. I'm not sure why this 8 health tank is just taking a single step. Because that's leaving it in range of the Adder power for this tank. Okay. the full-on attack to the retreating Adder forces. Adder is going to get this city as well. Okay, I'm a little confused as to why these tanks aren't attacking. Because these 3 tanks right now, this tank also could attack. These 3 tanks right now have targets. So you could definitely overload these 3 tanks by just having this attack, the infantry attacks, these 2 tanks attack down here. Right now, this is just standing on the HQ, I guess, to stop this guy from going to capture. Just falls back. Well, the problem with being a little too tentative with this full-on attack into this area is now these 3 tanks just have some nice targets. For the win by lab cap. Thinking like this. It would be impressive. Only a single tank was built to help defend this. Which is definitely not enough. Both of these tanks can kill this tank, and then this infantry can just stand here, and then the tanks can't get hit. Or actually, can just stand there, yeah, where the tank used to be. Exactly like this, yeah. So this is definitely a good attack by Adder. Uses the power even. I don't know when the power was used during the turn, but that's okay. Yeah, killed off this tank. Just blocked the way with the other infantry. Making sure the 2 health one is out of range of the 5 health infantry. Then over here, looks like infantry are used to clear out the way. And then this guy, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The tank that was on the city wrapped around to attack from the forest, and then the tank on the base just moved onto the city for some reason instead of finishing off this tank. That seems like a mistake to me, but that's okay. If I was doing it, I would definitely. I think this is fine, clearing out the way with these infantry, coming around, hitting with the 4 from the forest first. That makes sense. Bring this guy down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kill this tank, then bring the 6 health tank onto this city. It's probably what I would do. I guess this guy wants to be here to help defend, potentially, on this side, though. Well, if you're going to build another tank, though, you don't need to do that. So, yeah, definitely, tank kills this tank. This tank comes over here to join the fight. Too afraid of the double, like this, double tanks over here? I don't think that, well, I can understand it's 2 first strikes. It's either going to be a first strike here and a first strike here, or did they just both kill this one tank? If they both just kill the one tank, you're totally fine. Because you're going to have an 8 health tank and a full health tank here and a wave of infantry. Oh, I need to look at what else happened here. Okay, so down here, the capture happens. The attack happens on the left, like I was saying. There's only really one... Oh, actually, interesting. So only one tank is sent over here, which I think is a mistake. I don't see why you even need to have these infantry on this side anymore. Grouped up like this. Like, what's this even doing? You don't care? Unless you're really worried about this city, I guess. So only one tank gets sent over here, which I think is a mistake. Probably should send at least 2. So you can clear the way, killing off an infantry. You can even sacrifice the 2 health if you need to for the roll. I don't think you do. And then you could even just kill this tank with 2 tanks. So this living at 4 seems like a pretty bad mistake for Adder. There is a full health tank here to support it as well. We'll see what Jess does here. Over here, Adder just goes in for the kill. That makes sense. Brings this infantry down onto this city, which I'm not sure why. I guess it's just to stop an infantry first strike. But I would much rather invite the infantry first strike because you have infantry backup. And it's a Jess infantry against the Adder infantry. I guess you would just have to not move your full 4 though. Onto this bridge, for instance. Is that everything that happened? Looks like it. And just fell back with these infantry. Trying to just collapse onto this front, I guess. Try and pull away from these forces. Get the local numerical advantage. Really don't like the inactivity of a lot of these tanks, though. Only one tank getting a strike is really bad. We'll see how well it holds up in Jess's attack. Or I guess counterattack. Or counterattack? I don't know. Decides to move out of the way with those infantry to come in with this strike. I don't think this is even guaranteed. So that was probably... I'm not sure if that was a little risky. I think it might have been because Adder has the power up. And Jess is Jess with the weaker infantry. You can see that tank go down, yeah. That was to be expected. Those infantry just go into that fight. I mean, that's looking pretty solid for Jess. We'll see if these vehicles decide to actually join in the fight or not. I don't know why the 5 health infantry is going for this capture. I'd much rather sit here, try and kill off this infantry. It must be just to stop an Adder tank from standing on that city. Okay, I kind of like it, just moving next to the base, being a little annoying. It kills off this infantry on that city, sure. Anyway, starts attacking in here. Definitely like this copter buy. There's a lot of pressure being put on these 2 bases by tanks, so it's going to be tough to justify the anti-air build to stop this copter from starting to wreck house. Definitely you need to send something over here because he's going to lose to 8 and 6. Goes for the lab cap. I don't like that. Infantry didn't have a job before. Now we can just hit this guy. It's just not going to happen. I think it's definitely worth it. Because it not only would that kill off this tank, Jess will have power, so it will hurt, but you'll still have your tank support. You'll be fighting in your base range, essentially. And it means that these tanks will not be able to join in the pressure on your double base. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, the way it worked out here, the stuff just ran away, which I guess is fine. Okay, so see a Jess capture before Adder one. Yeah, I don't know why this airport was rushed so much if there wasn't going to be a copter build, but that's okay. Let's look up here first. Just 2 tank first strikes. I'm not a huge fan of this outcome because there wasn't a tank built to kind of join in this. I guess this one gets sent over to help. But this first strike is not going to work out well because this tank can just finish it off, and then this guy and this guy can be used together to hit this 7 health. And then you can even go infantry to block this tank from getting it involved here. So I think this attack from Adder is kind of doomed. Yeah, 5/5 hits 7, full health kills 5, and then the 2 infantry block, and then this tank can't even get involved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. You have to bring this guy up too. On the right-hand side, everything's just moving forward. 8 health tank joins the infantry, like right next to the infantry. You don't need to be that close to them. It's not healing in that forest. It's also not threatened in that forest. So I think it'd be better to move down to this city so you can heal up to 10. You're still protecting everything. It's not really threatening anything, except I guess with a power, it's threatening to hit the base. Down here, these 2 tanks just move down, one of them hitting this infantry. Okay, to kind of join in with this attack on the right, as there's a full retreat on the left and the middle here. These infantry are just trying to heal up and maybe threaten the lab. I'm not quite sure. The tank does manage to come down here because the adder power gets used. I gotcha. The adder power does get used, so it is a tank. There we go. A tank strike from the city. But there is another tank here to support. So it looks like this left side is just going to get absolutely surrounded and obliterated. Because all of these infantry can get in the way of this medium tank. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how this all came down. Ended up playing out. Mostly because of the previous turn, where so many of these tanks just didn't end up fighting. Let's see. You have a Jess super? Oh, gosh. And this join cap is looking a little scary. I don't think there's going to be any way of really stopping Adder from just interrupting it. Oh, you're looking at the... Don't push factories that artillery/bomber support. That's true, but when you have this many infantry, you can get in the way of the medium tank and kill off everything else. But you won't be able to take the base. You're looking at, you use the Jess super, you do like 5... I guess you just do full health. 5 health tank does something. It moves on to the city or attacks over here or whatever. Full health tank kills this, and then this guy goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hits this infantry. That won't kill though, right? So you're thinking this tank plus this infantry kills this. The 5 health tank goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Strikes from here. And then just join cap. I think this probably knocks this down to like 1. I don't think it's going to work. No, I guess you strike from here. From the top. Yeah. Because Adder's going to have the normal power at least. 3, 4. Well, Adder can just get the super. If Adder gets the super, then just walk around. And if you try and just like block this tile and ignore this infantry, then it can just move onto the mountain. I don't think the lab is possible, but it's close. Okay, we just start killing off infantry down here. I'm guessing this means that Jess wants to sacrifice multiple tanks in order to clear this, or just one tank? Okay, just has to sacrifice one tank to go for the capture. Okay. We do have the double 5 attack. Does go for the join cap. Yeah, it just gets in the way of the medium tank. Doesn't go for the captures, just attacks the infantry. Okay, just decide to block the base instead. Doesn't even take this tank, the super tank strike here. Just kills off these infantry. That's probably right. And then you just have the tank covering the tank and you're fine. And this is why, yeah, if you have enough units, you can just block the way. And then the medium tank's really sad. Over here, Adder is definitely going to start capturing some stuff. We have a little bit of an attack there. We have another copter. Adder actually has no way of dealing with these copters, which is really bad. The artillery is on its way. Should probably send something up here to deal with these. I guess they're at 6 health. I mean, they'll join together and then they'll be able to threaten to take stuff soon. Adder is down a lot of units, though. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, this guy wasn't even touched. So, yeah, that's another way to interrupt this. It was indeed. It didn't even take an Adder power, or Adder super. It's just an Adder power because this guy can get involved. So the lab cap is interrupted. The 2 health tank just kills off a 1 health tank. This guy comes down to get this first strike. There wasn't a tank built to deal with this. Interesting. This capture starts. I mean, it's a huge army of infantry. I'm surprised 2 captures don't start here. It's a single capture, a very secure capture, I guess. The join cap happens over here. That's pretty much everything over here. An anti-air has to be built. The A health tank retreats to this city. Doesn't want to deal with, I guess, the presence of the copters and wants to hit this front faster. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can't quite reach the city. Gotcha. Okay. These tanks join in the fight around these bases. The 4 health tank just kills off the 2 health tank. 3 health tank. I don't even know what happens to this guy. Looks like he comes down here and hits this infantry. Medium tank killed this tank. Full health tank kills this tank. We have a tank strike that happens right here. And then this 9 health infantry hits here. These 2 come in to stop this capture. This guy just steps over to make this attack for some reason. It's just to injure the infantry so it can't start capturing. And then this guy just moves here to try and block the way. Okay. Well, this definitely looks like the medium tank is going to continue to be trapped on the base surrounded by infantry, and I think this capture is going to start pretty soon. The fact that neither of these bases can produce anything just means that these copters are going to end up winning this fight. And yeah, this tank gets to come in and support there. You're going to get wiped out. Just retreats from the lab capture. Ended up losing quite a bit, actually, because of this attempt. 3 health comes in to take out the 2 health. Ooh, doesn't quite get it, though. Oh, there's a 4 health. Let's definitely send the 4 health in first. I guess the idea... Yeah, well, I would definitely send... Yeah, 4 health in here, hits here. Kill the 2, use the 3 to kill the 1, if you're going to do that. Yep, just block the way around the medium tank. You can even move the 1 health infantry here. Sad. Copter gets used. This is actually a problem, though. You have to join these tanks together. Otherwise, these tanks can actually free this medium tank, which it would be a disaster. You can also join this infantry. If you don't do that, then like 4 health tank kills the recon. Maybe the 6 health tank just can't kill the 4 health tank, though. I imagine this is going to involve a roll. For some, this seems really bad. I guess it wants to use this guy too. Yeah, that was awful. Okay, so to do 6 points of damage to a tank, lost 4, 3, 7, lost 8 tank health to do 6. Could just move this up and kill a 2 health and just gain. Just be happy and just build a tank, and then this guy can't do anything. That was awful exchange. I would probably just join that into the 4 to be safe, because really don't want this to get freed up. Double anti-air. These are being built. Well, this one's probably being built for this copter. This one's being built to deal with all of the infantry. That infantry over here. So this over here, Jess has kind of given up on these captures for now. Okay, so this looks like it was a pretty bad mistake by Adder. So gets the 6 health kill here. This was probably a turn or order thing. The 6 does kill the 4. The 9 ends up killing a 2 health tank. The 4 kills the recon. So this 9 health and the medium tank kills this 4 health infantry. So this 9 health tank could have come over here. It killed the 4 health infantry, and then the medium tank is free to enter the fray and then build another vehicle. Instead, it just stays here, kills a 4 health infantry. And these tanks are now still completely without any support against these copters. This anti-air is way far away, so they're just going to get wiped out. And then another low health infantry is just going to step here, and this base is going to end up falling. So that was a pretty bad mistake. I'm going to assume what happened is like this attack happened first, then this attack was attempted, and then it turns out that it kills. Or maybe like both of these attacks happened first or something. The 1 health tank just tries to run down here, which I guess is fine. It makes this 1 health or the full health infantry kill it off. Up here we have full health tank coming in to hit this infantry. The 2 health tank just goes onto the city. 2 health tank just kills one of these other 2 health tanks. I think this guy did 10 tank health. The infantry just fall back. I think it's built. The copter's moving on down here. Anti-air comes down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Definitely would prefer if it moved to this tile so it's airport locking. From this tile, it's not airport locking. So another copter can be built and feel totally safe. And it's not like it's going to make it down to this fight in time anyway. Although the idea might be to have the anti-air actually fight off these other anti-airs. Capture is completed, and then the infantry just kind of disperse. They just run. He runs way over here. This guy runs down here. This guy runs way over here. Like, scatter! They found us! Okay. So this is looking really, really bad for Adder. Yeah. One health infantry goes over, kills the tank. The captures start going. All these tanks get wiped out. Oh, this guy doesn't actually hit a tank. Anti-air comes in. Tank gets brought up here. Infantry just sacrifices itself. Definitely didn't have to do that. This capture is going to go through, but then it's going to be really hard to hold it. Depending on how everything plays out up here. Low health infantry just continue to block in the medium tank. There's all the artillery is almost here. Oh, had the guts to delete their other units. How are you stopping the 9 health? It was on the city? Okay, so things are looking very bad for Adder. And that means that Adder just timed out. I have a strong feeling that this was not a draw, but the timeouts and draws signal the same thing in the code. So that's Adder's loss there. I think this was recoverable a few points. And you saw the conservative play definitely had its moments of large success where it kind of gets a nice unit count advantage because everything's grouped up in fights, but ends up costing quite a lot in the little skirmishes that are involved on the sides to get these properties. GG. Rishi, someone did say unavoidable lab cap. Let's go back to that turn. This is indeed the turn. Good evening. Good evening. And this is where there's the postulation that there is indeed an unavoidable lab cap here. Adder already has enough charge for the normal power. And the idea was this 5 health tank moves here. I see you're having this full health tank hit this guy. The 5 health tank moves here, uses this infantry to clear this tank with the Jess super active. The full health tank kills off this guy with the infantry support. This 5 health tank then moves over here, hits this 7 health infantry, and then the join cap happens. And then because Adder, in this case, isn't able to get the super, this infantry cannot reach to interrupt the lab because it can only get 4 move, 1, 2, 3, 4, so it can't reach. This gets decimated by the 5 health tank, and then only a full health infantry strike happens, which is not enough to knock this to 3 after the join cap, which I think is right. Or no, you have a problem with the 7 health tank? Yeah, you'd have to use the full health tank to kill the 7 health tank. Or no, you're saying, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like hit here and then here. 4, 5, 6, 7. No, this guy can still clear that infantry. Like I don't know how you kill both this tank and this infantry to stop it from being able to join in on the hit. This guy and this guy kills this. And then this tank can either take out this guy or can take out this guy. And I don't think the 5 health infantry knocks this guy low enough. He heals up. Planner time. Send something on Discord. Oh, am I ignoring the 5 health tank being placed here? Let's see if I can ignore this. I think I was ignoring the 5 health tank. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. That clears, but this guy can't wrap around like this. Force. It would still take a super. 7 health is not going to kill a 5 health. This guy wouldn't be able to reach it anyway. I think that works. Well, this has it's tank plus infantry strike with Jess super. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. You want me to show it in the move planner? I can't. Well, maybe. I would have to. And I have to. This is all over here. Load the replay. Name it. Hidden Go7 game, yeah. If Adder, yeah. The idea was that you sacrifice your units so Adder can't get the super. Brought the replay onto the site. And we can go to the turn. We should just check whatever turn that was. Fine. Looks like it's this one. Open up the move planner. Activate Jess's super. Okay. So the plan is 5 health tank moves here. It's this for 44 to 48. We're assuming minimum rolls. I don't know how much chip this had on it. I'll just assume it's a max health. Well, I guess. If it's max health, if it's at 50, then you could fail by a single %, which Would be funny. But we'll assume it goes through. And then you move up here. So, the super kills. This guy here. This guy over here. 55 to 60. Oh, we can actually check how much damage did this guy do. That's a really healthy 7. So, we'll say it gets knocked down to 2. If it was you, you'd fail that roll. Okay. And then we just join these two guys together. There. And then I guess we can move you up to help block. And then all other adder unit or all other Jess units just get deleted. Which I'm not going to go through that process. Just so adder can't make it to the super. End the turn. Adder can use the normal power. This is at 2. It can move over, or actually it could just sacrifice itself for this attack. Okay. That's, we'll say 9%. This guy can hit. At max damage. We'll knock this guy down to 5. And then this guy can't reach because the super's not possible. You needed, there's only 4 capture points left on this because it was a 6 health. And over here, for one, I don't think this could definitely kill at all. Okay, then very unlikely that it could kill, but we can assume it does. So even if this kills, this guy can't reach. It can just get to here. And this guy can't clear the path for this tank because this infantry's in the way. So you would indeed be able to get the HQ cap. There you go. Nicely seen. Okay. Moving on to the next game. Hey, it's another tournament game. I think there's also a way to guarantee the kill on the 5 health tank. That's very possible. I mean, it's basically guaranteed. It's probably guaranteed from the counterattack. I don't remember what got it down to 5 health. We got Killerjays against Hellsum. Andy against Kindle. Okay. It could be at 50 exactly. It's a pretty safe roll to go for. We'll see what their opening is on this map. We saw this last, or just a couple of games ago, and it was like the artillery at the top opener, which was pretty wild. You have the tank opener in the bottom left. I'm not a huge fan, just because of how many captures this base is kind of responsible for. You kind of want as many infantry as possible. So already being at 2 infantry and then kind of engaging in vehicle fights, it's gonna be rough. Straight for the airport. Makes sense. Tank over here. So this guy's just going to come over here to, I guess, deny this capture, which isn't going to work because you can bring this tank onto this city and then build a tank here, and that stops this guy from interrupting. Airport over here. You can see with the extra, not having to build a tank here and just having more infantry, goes for this capture way before this one can happen. Goes for a mech to defend. Oh, I guess Killerjays actually doesn't have enough money to build a tank down here. Never mind. So goes for a mech to help defend against this tank, I assume. In which case, I'm kind of surprised that this infantry decided to go for this capture. I guess it's fine to take the single hit and then bring your tank down to scare this guy off. Oh, because he built a copter. That makes sense. Okay, well, I don't like the copter buy then. It is... I guess it's kind of a give and take. Because the copter is stopping this infantry from getting captures. But... yeah, you're losing this capture because of it, which is not great. Because this guy, while he doesn't go for this capture, now he just gets to be used to pressure the comm tower. Okay, so I'm not a huge fan of that copter buy. Mech coming on down here, sure. He's gonna have a rough time because we're just gonna have mech fighting against mostly infantry if the tanks leave. Like an anti-air can one-shot it. Yeah, okay, this guy just backs off now. The tank is now built. Airport is captured. This tank can come over here. Comm tower can be started. Anti-air is in a spot where it's defending this tank. And there isn't a way to stop, to like put in between the way to stop it. And the copter's built by Hellsum as well. Whoa. Tank comes down, takes the smack on this infantry, which means that this guy is going back onto this city. Otherwise, this tank comes around and makes you really sad. So it's moving towards this comm tower, going for both comm towers essentially. Decides not to go onto the city, which I guess is fine. The idea being, even if the 4 health infantry could kill this guy by attacking from the city, then the city would be occupied. So this tank can't hit from it. 5 HP infantry better do his job. Yeah. Okay. Goes for an interrupt. Brings the copter over here. Just hits the pipe seam. So you have range of the anti-air. Anti-air gets built over here in response to this copter. Just have infantry over here to go after this, which kind of is going to work out fine because even though a copter gets built, there's already an anti-air. Falls back. This tank was built on the 1 base side and has transitioned all the way over to the 2 base side. Usually you see the reinforcements working in the opposite direction. That is a very, very daring attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do not. That's an awful attack. Copter can even hit from this river. I think we saw this in another game, where it's just not protected by this anti-air. That's just a free tank. I feel like if you built a mech on the top right, you should force a vehicle. Or it's just going to get wasted in an infantry fight. That is correct, yeah. Yeah. Forest making you sad. Over here. Very good fight. Oh, whoa. Why? Yeah, I think this is a pretty bad mistake. Well, not pretty bad, but you can just continue this capture and just use your 2 full health infantry and that way you're threatening the capture next turn, and they have to hit you pretty hard. They have to like use this copter to hit you. I guess they have to use the copter to hit you anyway. And now this tank is this kill. I don't know. I don't like this in comparison to just continuing the capture. I guess even better is you just do this single hit, and then you just join cap, and then you get the cop tower for sure. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how that went down. Okay, we have our very defensive. We have artillery and mech built. And the copter. Okay, Hellsum very sad about losing this tank. For sure. Gets to come in here, kill off an infantry. We'll see if the copter gets sacrificed. Probably won't. Killerjays actually did a base skip here to get this artillery, which makes me very curious as to why the artillery had to be built this turn instead of just build an infantry and then build the artillery next turn, for instance. Hellsum already lost the tank. Probably won't sack the copter. Yeah. It's not... It wouldn't be the worst thing, though. Like, you interrupt this capture. You have your own copter and tank and double infantry over here. And it also puts you, like, right at Urban Blight, basically. The anti-air has to be in tank range. Stop the comm tower from falling. And then you have Urban Blight to threaten with. You're down 2 vehicles, though, which is pretty rough. Artillery is on its move. Did I already cover this game? This looks so familiar to me. I remember this happening. I saw this like exact formation happen before. When you have a strong day-to-day power over Andy, but you're losing. I mean, Andy's good. Andy has his day-to-day power too. It's just the presence of a super. I don't remember this happening. This like exact formation. I did show this game already. Okay, I'll go through it really fast then. I must have put it in the list twice. Check Discord PMs. Okay, I did cover this game. Okay. I must have put it into the list twice. Or maybe 2 different people sent it to me. Okay. Yeah, and then there's this attack over here, moving away from this main army, building more copters. Is this the one? I'm just gonna skip. Yeah, this is the one where they're both losing their bases. But then... yeah, but Killerjays is able to capture all of the properties around the base, so he gets a huge income lead, even though both of them manage to actually keep control of their bases. He was in the queue twice. Sneaky, sneaky. I was like, there's no way that happened in multiple games. It's... There we go. Jim or Subbie. That looks fine. If the video gets 1 million views, imagine how much time was wasted collectively. True. I don't know if it's wasted time though. It's not bad to look at it again. It's a good game. Okay. So this is a Hope Forlorn. It's a fan favorite map. One of the longest and most followed games of all time was on this map. Between Eagle and oh my god, it's like the Shadow of Death or something like that. What's the name of their leak account? The Deadly Shadow. Yeah, there was a game between the Deadly Shadow and Eagle on this map that was Sasha against Eagle, and it went into the theoretical end game of Advanced Wars by Web, and Eagle was able to get an entire Eagle super in a single turn, and it was very long. Yeah, the Deadly Shadow was the other one. And you can find that on Voice of Akasha's Twitch. Whoa, Subbie going for a base skip here. See what they're able to get with that extra money. Okay, so far. Okay, there is going to be a tank next turn from Subbie because of the extra money. Jim 18 with artillery first. We'll see where the tank gets. The tank. It's a very fast tank. I'll be interested to see if the very fast tank actually manages to accomplish anything. It has already cost Subbie an infantry, which is not great. It both costs an infantry and it has slowed down this progress, which is maybe bad. We'll see. Tank is on its way. It looks like Jim will very easily be able to build a counter tank before this tank actually accomplishes anything. But fine. Looks like this artillery is kind of rushing to try and lock down this city, which can be very contested. It looks like the artillery actually got here way too early. And there is the counter tank. So far, the tank rush hasn't super mattered. The artillery got here so early. There's nothing to lock down yet. Tanks threatening it. Doesn't matter, because there's no captures really coming yet. So it just runs away. The tank gets built over here. The storm's coming down hard over there as well. Yeah. It's a winter wonderland outside. I'm hoping that all of the weak power lines have already been... well, I guess it's more the weak trees that fall on power lines have already lost most of their weak branches, so there won't be more power outages. Okay. We have double tank. Okay, we got lots of tanks coming out of Subbie. So far, this guy has it forced a tank response down here. This could probably have been waited a turn if he really wanted to. But it's also probably going to be useful. And it's kind of chased away this early artillery, but nothing's actually going for the property the artillery is trying to lock down anyway, so... I'm so far unimpressed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't reach the artillery. It's going to start getting chased away as well. Okay. Although there is also the part that this did mean that Subbie made it to these cities a little earlier. Because the city got captured a turn earlier than it normally would. So got here a turn earlier than could have. Yeah, my storm is probably just a regular Canadian day. Yeah, if where I live, if there is a 1/4 inch of snow, the entire city shuts down. Oh, okay, the tank did get a nice interrupt up here. It's kind of nice. And there isn't an infantry that can reach to this tile. Otherwise, the tank would get trapped on the city and get taken out, which would be bad. So it did get something done. It's going to delay that capture for 2 turns because it knocked it down to 4. Let's... really sticking to just like pure tank. There was that's true, Mr. Green. So you get a lot more snow than I get. There was a video put out by a true boss, which was a unit tier list for high funds, and at the start of it, he was talking smack about if it was for standard and fog, it would just be for like 5 units. And then I had a comment about how insulting that is for fog, which is the thinking players mode. But like for standard, that's true. It's just to like 2 units for standard. This is like the perfect example. It's just infantry and tanks. No, fog is the thinking player's mode. Whoa! Oh, I pressed the wrong button there. A lot of tanks. Jim has an artillery though. We have a tank first strike that came in here. Not a huge fan of this one. The problem with this tank first strike, I mean, it's protecting this guy that got interrupted. I think this was a good interruption. The problem is there's 2 tanks covering this and a huge, massive infantry. So the 2 tanks are just going to kill this tank. This guy can go heal, and then the infantry can just get in the way of these reinforcing 2 tanks. Shu would be proud. Turn times in standard take much, much longer. That is true. Okay, here comes more tanks. What should happen here? I guess you don't even have to use this tank if you don't want to, but you can. I guess you actually have a few options. Nah, attacking over here isn't that great. You could go like tank hit, and then a first strike tank hit over here if you really wanted to. it looks like that's what's going to happen. Except... Did that kill? Dang, that kills! That's even better. And here come all these tanks. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, the first on-site fog journey is coming up. That's going to be very hype. Okay. Get the copter built. Makes sense. I really don't like this tank strike. It doesn't have any support. This guy can't reach, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. This guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, can finish this off, or just these two guys can finish it off. The poor tank is unsupported. He's in trouble. You can do this. Yeah, you can kill this tank off. Bring the infantry up. They sadly can't get in the way over here. So this is going to turn out pretty nicely for Subbie, who, as Von Bolt, really wants these early game brawls. Where he can leverage, or Subbie can leverage that extra Von Bolt stats. Smack some tanks around. I feel like this could definitely have had a different order to it. I could be wrong. Yeah, you could do like this tank here, this tank finishes it off, this tank kills the 4 health. None of that's in range of this one tank. And then you could use your infantry to hit this tank. Not sure why this 2 health tank's being spared, but that's okay. It's not really okay. You'd much prefer to kill off these tanks because Hawke can heal stuff. This attack is probably not safe enough because anti-airs can fight tanks when they're both getting the first strike and the tank is at lower health. Especially with the support of another tank. And this guy. Oh, this guy can't actually reach him. Okay, this guy should... This full health tank should definitely not engage against all of these other tanks. Artillery moving up. I kind of like it. I don't think this is immediately breakable. Yep, there we go. There goes the tank. I wouldn't want to attack into that. It was a huge overextension. Brave tanker man going tanking. There's a reason why tanking is only for refined ladies and not boys. Tanker men, they're not good enough. It's the tanker ladies. For anyone that's ever watched Panzer und Panzer, it's an anime all about girls tanking. Just as like a, is it middle school? Like a middle school sporting activity is having tank fights. It's very silly. It's girls in Panzer. Oh, okay, there we go. Why did I think it was Panzer and Panzer? Is very silly. But also very funny. I would recommend it. Girls und Panzer. It's German. So girls should be Mädchen. Mädchen in Panzer. Panzer's German. Und is German. Girls is not German. Tank and tank. Yeah, you know, whatever. Oh. Whoa. Okay. I'm not quite sure why these guys are attacking into this. But it's probably fine with the battlecopter support and then the multiple tanks here to get in the way of this anti-air. The T-copter I like because the front's really far away, especially the middle for these infantry, so you can get them there really fast. I'm not a huge fan of attacking in here, but we'll see how it plays out. The anti-air is covering this artillery. It just needs to be defended with these tanks. This copter can come in here and save the day. There's almost a Hawke super, but there's also almost a Von Bolt super. Medium tank is on its way too. Von Bolt is out for blood, yeah. So we'll see what happens here. It looks like it's very screenable. You could just use the copter over here, and then the tanks can just get in the way, killing stuff off and getting in the way of the anti-air. In this case, they didn't, which is a problem. Basically, this 6 health tank needs to strike from this tile. 5, 6, yeah. And since it strikes from this tile, it's actually leaving a route for the anti-air to hit the copter, which is a little awkward. Down here, tanks be dying. Out of range of the medium tank is very sad. Anti-air is kind of levied up towards the top, so it's defending these guys down here, and it's prepared to deal with the copter front switches. Infantry is loaded into the transport copter to avoid, I assume, the Hawke super damage. Hawke is looking to be in a really bad spot right now. Down a ton of units. Does do a solid 30,000 and heals like only a couple thousand. It does get to kill this copter off. Kind of saves the anti-air too. I imagine the Von Bolt super is going to hit down here. It does. Goodbye. Goodbye, copter. And anti-air got to only get knocked down to 5, so we can actually retreat, fight another day, and then these two tanks can kill this tank. This fight up here is looking all right for Hawke. It's just the middle is completely lost, and the bottom is also looking very bad. Get in the way, get in the way. And then resigns, yeah. This fight was looking all right. But yeah, down here, absolutely awful. And that's a win for Subbie. I don't think that the base skip really paid off to get that tank a turn earlier. But the 2-unit standard play definitely worked well. Lots of tanks. I don't think 4 hours at the gym is definitely not recommended. But I would be the penguin from the Fog Goblet announcement. Just a mountain of muscle. Could be a Super 5125 against Advanced Warrior. Spend 2 to 3 hours at the gym every day. Four times a week. 1 hour 3 times a week. Yeah, 1 hour sessions make more sense to me. But And then Advanced Wars by Web for the rest of the week, terminally online. Alright, Advanced Wars, we will turn into the penguins. Then, I think everything's facing the way it should. I do not recognize this map. Advanced Warrior was this. This must not have been Global League. Must have been like a Z game. Live League, gotcha. Play a couple games on this practice, nice. Okay, well, let's see how it plays out. I think I played a game on this. Yeah, I played one of my my practice simul games on this map. I was like, I remember I was very weirded out by the base locations. This is double Rachel. Okay. This is live league, so don't expect incredibly sharp play. There can be some very sharp play in life, but it's often it's a lot easier to slip up, especially around missiles, which is why Rachel's so favored, because people don't have the time to go into Move Planner and manipulate where the missiles will land. So they will hit very well. Rachel is 67% win rate, yeah. It's also base light, which will attribute to her win rate. It makes it harder to build infantry, just extra infantry to soak up missiles. Very quickly, Rachel's missiles are just always going to be hitting your main army. Imagine not playing fast enough so mid-game you can Move Planner, but you have to Move Planner multiple times against Rachel. Okay, so there was a nice hit. Kind of like a free chip damage over here. For some repair cost, and then Super 5125 is like, I'm gonna go for this side over here. Who cares about fighting in the middle? I'm going for this. Large number of infantry. Just a single tank. This copter's going down here. Fine. Advanced Warrior has the anti-air prepared. We have the tank infantry kill. None of these guys are in range of actually taking the city yet, though, so it's a little awkward. It looks like there's no comm tower on this map. The copter taunting from the other side of the river. This is where the anti-air gets becomes a hovercraft. It just goes right over the river and makes the copter very sad. Okay. There's lots of choke points here, unlike these shoals and the bridges, so I definitely agree with the artillery buy. It's going to be able to very easily have stuff walling for it. Very large investment to take this city. I think it's going to happen. Oh my gosh, the entire standing armies up here. I guess one tank went down here. Advanced Warrior is a little more spread out than Super 5125 is, but is also up 3k, so can definitely afford to lose this city, and is taking the equivalent one on this side of the map. So no problems there. It did separate your tanks, it's true. Whoa, okay. Super 5125 diving in. There is no comm tower here, so that's a 0% chance to kill. And then blocking off with a bunch of infantry. Okay. This is a double copter force, so that means that if a single copter goes into hit, there will be another one to retaliate. This anti-air is on the way. So this anti-air can like clear the way, kill off this infantry, for instance, and then the copter can hit here. Or even the copter can just zoom around to the city and attack. And it will actually be covered by this other copter. The tank tries to finish it off. I'm not a huge fan of that strike, because the 5 health tank will die for it, which is not ideal. I'd rather if this tank just retreated towards the like reinforcements. So if a tank tries to chase it down to kill it, you can then kill off that tank. Otherwise, I think this is kind of fine. The artillery is getting involved. The this anti-air is not in range. This tank's not in range, so double tank can kill off this tank, but then there isn't really anything to hit this artillery. Yeah, you can see, because of sitting in trying to finish off the copter, it's finished off there. Itself. Oof. That infantry got a high roll. I mean, that was definitely a low health too. So not a super high roll. Still a high roll. This anti-air very nicely actually is the perfect unit to thwart everything that's happening down here, which is very dangerous for Advanced Warrior. It's gonna have to send a tank over here. Let's kill off this copter. Sends in this copter to interrupt the capture, but that is in this anti-air's range, which was probably just a live league mistake there. It looks like the choice of Super 5125 to kind of group everything together and just send it to the top left is working out very nicely, and then just the reinforcements are trying to defend. Yeah, so this does save the city from being captured, but loses the copter, which really sucks. The artillery is going to be able to shoot some more infantry though, so it's not all bad. Yeah. You feel like you should have just basically just swap sides. Whoa, that's I'm not a huge fan of that tank strike. It is happening in artillery range. So Advanced Warrior has a pretty good missile this turn. Infantry 1's going to land down here. Probably right here. No, it's going to land right here. And then, depending... If you could move planner this, you would be able to set this up so that your missiles are hitting exactly where you want. Well, Advanced Warrior goes for lucky last. Why? The missile is so good down here. The infantry one's going to hit down here. You might have to kill like one infantry up here. Because this is double weighted. This is 4 infantry. So you would have to kill like this one guy first. And then it will hit right here. Insanely dubious, however you respect it. Okay, well, let's see how the rolls treat you. You can kill off the anti-air. Oh, we don't get to kill off the anti-air. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Going for them copter swings. I don't like moving more infantry towards this. That, I have a feeling this is about to get blown apart. May the rolls be ever in your favor. Yeah, is this all? One's gonna land. No, all 3 landed there. Oh my. Oh no. At least, well, this tank lived at 6. So there's that. Didn't die in one hit. Wow, I do not agree with this. Back and hitting this. He's got much better targets over here. Okay. I should be distressed penguin for this. Oh no. Okay. But I believe in Advanced Warrior. That definitely hurt a lot, but using the normal power means that you do have a lot of charge left over, and the medium tank wasn't touched. So some work can definitely be done. This over here is very awkward. After all that, the copter still dies. I know, this guy still managed to trade out positively. Did 2 damage to this guy, killed off the other copter. Okay, this is not safe. Guys are attacking down here, which definitely makes sense. Artillery goes down, but that does cost an entire tank. Debatably worth it. I mean, the artillery is going to heal up really fast, sitting on that city. Okay, well, if you're going to bring the anti-air into this fight, you should probably have it just kill this infantry rather than have it sit next to the city like this. Because if I'm Advanced Warrior, I mean, I'm definitely Lucky Lass. Tank hits anti-air, bring copters over here to save the day. Okay, here's the Lucky Lass. Back. I don't know about that. That seems sketchy to me. But I like the idea that these are just like cheerleaders. And they're like, okay, everyone, take a step back. We'll just let the tank handle this. And we'll just watch from afar. It's fine. Go, 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 smack. Knocks it down to 2. That's pretty good. Copter's gonna be happy over here. Clear the way. Kill off this anti-air. Kill off this tank. Pow. Get that infantry. I'm not sure why the anti-air is repairing there, but I guess it's okay. It is covered by a copter tank and a medium tank. And the advanced warrior resides. Oh. Yeah, I mean, down 4k at that point is going to be really rough to recover from. And it's going to switch over to the power advantage being in 5125's favor. Your biggest regret is going strong north and separating your tanks. Yeah, I mean, the free tank shot that like forces repair damage is kind of fine. I think these are basically poison properties for you, where you just can't hold this. Because you like kind of down here, you're having no problem taking them, so your opponent's gonna have like no problem taking them. The little repair cost is fine to me, but it does separate your tanks. Yeah. Got Boorish versus Rumble. I think the map looks fine. We can make this a little bigger. welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Who will become Advanced Wars 1 Max? True. If you get 3 comp towers, you are as strong vehicle-wise as Advanced Wars 1 Max, although you are way stronger infantry-wise. You should face left. So this is a weird map. He's got 4 bases, 3 of which are on one side. A very kind of open middle. Islands, island cities. You have 4 comm towers on the map, 2 of which are very contested. Battleships have been banned here. Max Artie's hit hard too. Keep all CO types differentiated by portraits. That sounds like a nightmare. Okay, so we're doing... I think this is better because this is the more forward base that you want to produce infantry from. So rushing it first is probably better. But you can do this too. Just go for this one first, and then after finish capturing this one, go for this one. It's gonna be a little bit slower, but should have some like faster immediate economy, like the APCs on this map. These cities are kind of set up for APCs, because if you build an APC here, you can immediately load into it. Tank in the back, and then the city finishes. Rumble's going to be up in units. Okay. Making sure to capture the comm tower. It is very contested. They both went for this recon opener. You can see, instead of finishing this capture and letting this exact same thing happen, just goes for the comm tower right away. Because now, over here, Boorish is probably never going to get this center comm tower. Which means that Rumble will probably get the triple comm tower against the single comm tower. Which is a very large firepower difference. But there's also nothing going to be able to save this guy after it finishes the capture. So it's going to come down to whether or not Rumble can actually secure this area against this recon. Oh my gosh, there is no transport copter built, no tank built over here. And there's a double base skip. What? This recon is spoiled for choice. It can hit anything it wants. Because it's the decopter's idea is to go for the 2 things over here. I really don't like the double base skip. Nothing to deal with the recon. Recon really shouldn't have gone there, though. The problem with going there is that you can get trapped on the city and then they build the tank and you're really sad. I mean, you're not really sad because you do get to hit 2 infantry off of it. And you'll be delaying like the captures on these harbors. So really sad is definitely overstated. They do go for the trap. I guess they'll build a tank. There he is. Probably should have still gone for this guy. Okay, yeah. Tank comes up. Tanks are together. They're going to stop this comm tower. It was also a T-copter from Boorish. Interesting. Yeah, get to hit two infantry. going to delay these harbors a lot. So it does come at the cost of this recon. Although the recon's not going to die in one shot since it's on a city. I don't think. I mean, Max is powerful with double comm tower, but not that powerful. And we have a tank for a strike here covered by another tank. Not 100% sold on that because it's so close to this base. You just kill off this tank and then build a tank, and then you're not going to win this. I guess this copter buy is going to try and force an anti-air. Oh, no, the recon did that. Goes back to heal, clears the comm tower. It also has a lot of stuff close to the comm tower. Anti-air has to be built here, because this copter is going to start attacking this turn. There we go. Okay, so we'll see how it all played out with this recon shenanigans over here. The harbors are kind of next on everybody's priority list for this area, as well as, of course, just fighting over this comm tower in general. You can see the infantry sneaking around across the river. We have another tank for a strike here. I don't like this one either. It doesn't have any real support. Maybe if you bring an infantry over, I guess. Not like that, though. To, like, hit this guy again. Because otherwise, it's just tank. And, like, an infantry kills this, and then the anti-air gets involved, so the copter has to run away. I like this massive wave of infantry coming down here, though. Don't even need the infantry to hit. Oh my gosh. So far, the tank exchanges over here has been very much in Rumble's favor. Brings the recon back over to this side. Makes sense. We got double tank down here, staring down a single tank in the middle. Boorish is still trying to force this comm tower through, which I'm not seeing happening. Seems much more likely to me that Boorish is just going to be able to take this comm tower. We'll just need to bring an anti-air with this army, as well as probably more than one tank. No anti-air built, so this copter can kind of do whatever it wants for a while here. The anti-air is able to zoom on over and clear that comm tower. A Neo tank was built instead. Wow. Well, that is a pricey buy. We'll see what Rumble does to deal with it. Can try and just get a Neo tank yourself, or you could, I guess, buy a bomber and send it way over here, or you could just build some medium tanks and kill it with a max power. You have like this many infantry around. It's not like the Neo tank's going to be able to get a first strike on you. Boorish, yeah, can kind of just walk forward like so. This would be way more effective if there was an anti-air with this army, though. Does interrupt the comm tower by. There's the anti-air. We have double copters coming over here. This copter is actually able to be killed by this anti-air, and I don't think that was necessary. The max force from Rumble. Copter zooming on in. It's gonna get an interrupt here. Kill off that infantry. Keep capping. Get join cap. Sure. With a mech strike. Tank finishes off the tank. Tank hits the tank. Tank finishes off the tank. Anti-air is gonna kill this copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's gonna take the Neo tank with power to actually kill this off. So it should definitely build another anti-air, but this is an awful situation for Boorish on this side. That tank zooms on in. Huge army of infantry, making this copter's life a little annoying. It can still go after this tank though. Build another anti-air. Looking good. Up 13 units. There is a max super available. We'll actually hit this copter. There you go. Fights. Off a lot. This is starting to look pretty nice for Boorish on this side as well, as is looking good for Rumble over here. Is able to kill off this anti-air. This copter zooms on in, gets to take out a tank while sitting on the city, out of range of this anti-air for a turn. Stop any of these infantry from getting capture ideas. These harbors are falling to Boorish. We'll see if Boorish is able to hold on to these. Copter built over here with the Neo tank. Transport copter starts moving, transporting these huge number of infantry over to the other side. Yeah, that Neo tank is kind of uncontested. Sending these infantry forward to try and delay these harbors. It's going to cost these infantry their lives. And actually, at this point, Rumble needs to be aware that the HQ is exposed. It would be quite a shame if Rumble gets this comm tower, but like an infantry just walks over and takes the HQ. We have the Neo tank to answer the Neo tank over here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay, well, it looks to me like Boorish can just take this HQ right now. But we'll see how that all plays out. The infantry, just walk down, go for that capture. Move the transport copter over here. Sure, I think I'd prefer to move it down here and really point out that this HQ is actually yours now. Build another Neo tank up here. Comm tower does fall, so Rumble has, for this turn, triple comm tower. So sending the Neo tank over here, yeah. I mean, everything has to come save that HQ. Okay, so I mean, got the triple comm tower for a turn. Boorish decides not to do any HQ cap stuff. I guess this Neo tank is pretty imposing. That is not a safe attack. Yeah. I mean, if Rumble uses the max normal power, that's a dead Neo tank. You have a bomber built for Boorish, who is up 10k. Yeah, that's not gonna be the capture limit is gonna be 2/3 about. So when you see, if everything's captured on the map, when you see one's player double the other, or income is double the other player's income, then the capture limit is probably like within 1, if not already achieved. Okay. Neo tank gets to kill a tank. Don't think that was necessary. But then dies. Oh no, it lives at 1 and finished off by this tank. Okay. Copter gets taken out. Infantry gets taken out. It's Operation Try and Protect the Neo tank. Bomber gets built over here. Anti-air retreats back over here. Okay. They're back to being pretty even in unit count, actually. But Boorish is still very far ahead in income. A little audacious to just kind of put your Neotank on a city like that. But the Neotank spam is here. Or on a city just right in front of the entire army like this. If Rumble is able to get the power again, this anti-air can kill the bomber, the Neotank. Beat up that Neotank. Probably the Neotank on Neotank strike would be required to get the power, though. Which might not be what Rumble is really interested in. And it would also cost the anti-airs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is a dead Neotank. Because even with just the normal power, this Neotank can go here, clear this. Tank clears this. Bomber kills Neotank. So I imagine Boorish is going to do a killing blow this turn. Maybe not, though. Okay, I guess not. Send that Neotank in. Take out an infantry. Sure, sure. Really trying to force Rumble to get a power. If they want to keep control of their comm tower there. Ooh. Nice breakthrough to kill this anti-air. That's very good. For Rumble. Now this anti-air is way back here. Okay, here comes the max force. It's not in range of killing the bomber, but can definitely stop the comm tower, kill off the Neotank. Kind of fall back a bit. Make sure there's anti-airs in range of protecting this guy. Okay. Boorish again has the super. Although I don't see a great super this turn. Although it could kill this Neotank. Build more Neotanks and build up the forces over here. Some more anti-airs, huge waves of infantry, as one would expect. Rumble has actually managed to get ahead in unit count and managed to maintain control of this comm tower, which is very good. Boorish still hasn't used the power recently, so Rumble's just gonna be able to charge back up very nicely. In fact, the power is forced by Boorish to save this comm tower, and nothing is in range of interrupting for some reason. Power is not going to be used, though. This is just going to let the comm tower go, giving Rumble triple comm tower, a Neotank to hit. Again, just on the city. They probably won't die in one hit. Goes off a copter. Attacks. This Neotank just backs up. Okay. Try and protect the anti-airs. Over there. Sure. Not so sure about building up this force quite so close to Boorish. We'll see. I like all of the anti-airs protecting each other against the bomber. Looks like he's gonna go just take the comm tower back very patiently. Still no power usage. So Boorish might get lapped with supers. Oh no, oh, now there's a power usage, okay. At max blast. Gonna clear the way to kill this anti-air and Neotank, I assume. Kills an anti-air down here. Kills the Neotank. Kills this anti-air. It's not as safe as it looks, because Rumble's definitely gonna be able to get the super. that infantry. This anti-air is actually somehow left alone. Okay, well that's not too bad for Rumble here. Yeah, it gets to kill a Neo-Tank, kill a Copter. Can actually save the comm tower and use a tank on this anti-air as this anti-air goes down here with the super to kill this bomber. I'm not sure why. Definitely use this like... Oh, I see what's happening. This anti-air with super actually hits this fighter, which is even worse. Because then this bomber gets to live another turn. I was like, I don't see why this attack isn't happening on one of these copters. That would be why. He's gonna save the cop tower. He's gonna kill this bomber. He's gonna go kill this fighter. Which is really bad news for Boorish. A bunch of infantry just getting in the way over here. Okay. Another anti-air. I mean, that has a lot of copters. Copter over here. I mean, it's looking pretty good for Rumble all of a sudden. Boorish is losing a lot in the middle here. Had to invest 6 infantry to stop these 2 caps. And kill the 2 infantry. We'll see if these guys are managed to survive. Yeah, these guys are probably a little too overextended because indeed the anti-air is not really defending them. They probably should have fallen back. But Rumble is... These guys are retreating, so Rumble is definitely going to be able to maintain control over this comm tower. To maintain the Advanced Wars 1 max status. Break through here. Copter medium tank kills medium tank. The tanks just get in the way, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it will take a max power if this anti-air wants to kill this copter. Captures look like they're coming through for Rumble this time. Got the anti-air back here. It's like Boorish has decided let's give up on that fighter idea. Let's just focus on anti-airs to counter the bomber. This bomber I think it's killed 2 Neo-Tanks. So it's been a very happy bomber. This is the only infantry over here. Very slowly going to try and take that comm tower. Got a Neo-Tank built over here to try and stop this attacking force. Just running over everything. Boorish is like, I am done facing down this bomber. Let's just front switch into the middle here and see what we can get done. There's some nice captures that go in through for Rumble. And it's, oh my gosh, there wasn't another anti-air built. So yeah, this is a great breakthrough. Copter can block the way. So now this Neo-Tank can't hit any of these guys. All of these infantry are very vulnerable. This anti-air, even with super, can't reach these copters. Oh, and it just dies too. Never mind. Big overkill. Bomber just comes over and then one-shots a 7 health infantry. This anti-air is sent forward to kill a copter. With another buddy, and a medium tank is built. Got lots of anti-airs over here. This is looking very, very good for a Rumble all of a sudden. It's collapsing in front of our very eyes. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be invested in this guy completing that capture. It's going to take a long time. Okay, copter gets to kill a copter, hit a tank. These Neo-tanks are in range of this bomber, which is very sketchy. Because there's just a single anti-air here. Anti-air is actually, if you don't know, actually beat up anti-airs. And then Boorish resigns. Oh my gosh. Was up like 10k. But was way too tentative with that super. That's like four or five turns. Just sat on the power. There was some definite plays that were possible, but I think it might have been a case of like, I'm now up so much money that like here, like up 10k, kind of be like, I'm just up so much money, there's no way I can lose. But it can happen, as we saw. You get a little too idle, and then you just kind of get picked apart on the side, on the fronts. And then you end up losing these properties. It all goes downhill. Okay, we have CatWithYarn versus R-Man. Or I have R-Man put in here, but it was probably rmac. And just auto-corrected. rmac. Change that away from R-Man. Yeah, I know it's not recognizable. Okay. Yo, it's your game. Another tournament game here. Ooh, we have an Andy mirror. We'll see how this one goes here. What kind of opening that people go for. Whoa. Straight for the airport over here. No, none of these immediate captures, which is fine. Might be straight for the airport, straight for the comm tower. Just not dealing with it. You hope Shadow base skips and just caps their HQ. Random Ways did that to you, went straight for the airport. The airport's looking rather exposed to being locked down. It kind of is. I mean, it's not awful to go for it first. Yeah, and you can go straight for this comm tower, which is very contested. Okay, whoa. A delayed recon in the center, and then a tank up here. Well, I wouldn't recommend building a tank up here, but delayed recon is very interesting. It is going to force some sort of response from rmac. We have the tank built there and the tank built here. Going down for this comm tower with the tank in tow. Okay. Yeah, recon to force a tank from either base and then just go to the other one. Yeah. It's good, it's good. Okay. Tank here to deal with this tank. This recon's saying, how are you going to deal with me? I'm going to harass you up here. Hi. Tank chaining up to this. CatWithYarn is going to have enough money to go copter a bunch of infantry. Oh, huge mistake from rmac. Well, it's not a huge mistake, but yeah, going for this capture, going for a capture is not a mistake. But what happens here is now this infantry cannot interrupt this comm tower. So if CatWithYarn wants this, you just put a tank right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess I actually can make it around. But anyway, even if the tank comes in over here and it hits this, if the copter's built, and then continue capping. Go for the first tank strike. I do not like that because that is covered by another tank, so this will just kill this tank. I would have definitely preferred a copter over a tank here. The copter can immediately defend this comm tower. On some turns, you spent so much time thinking about your moves, not move planner, just thinking what to do. I get you. Recon's getting some nice harassment over here. Stops his infantry from moving off to try and get any other captures and forcing repair costs. Yeah. I mean, we saw in the Disobeyed game, the attack across the center. Got too greedy with the recon. Very weird to to attack this in this kind of order. I would, if I was rmac here, this tank goes, interrupts the comm tower. This tank hits from the missile platform. Because if you go like this, then this guy can hit from this forest and kill this off. And then it's just a tank for tank trade, except the comm tower went through. So it's beneficial for Subbie-I here. Double artillery buy with a recon down here. Did I miss something dying over here? I thought there was nothing here. There is nothing there. Okay, they just moved. They just moved as if they were killing the invisible infantry there. Okay. Get another nice interrupt over here and blocks the airport. Being really annoying. Here we get to see the tank for tank trade that works out pretty nicely, and then the copters cover. Didn't cap your comm tower first. No. Now this tank can come over. This infantry can get ready to interrupt. The prophylactic anti-air is built to deal with a potential copter to defend here. There's multiple infantry staring this down, so I'm assuming the artillery is going to try and defend this side of it. Oh, goes for the tank strike on this infantry. That will allow a tank first, and then this infantry can just interrupt. Fortunately, this tank cannot wrap around like this and then go like tank anti-air strike. That would be devastating. This artillery is just a turn late to stop this capture. This guy is warding off this recon though, which is nice. Okay, so this comm tower's gone through. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you could come this way. You just don't get to attack from the forest. Yeah. So you can still go tank anti-air, which is devastating, as I said. Miscalculated the recon move. Okay, let's see it. You do have that hit anti-air come in. A pow. Look at that. Very nice. Very good interrupt over here. Fine. I mean, the recon doesn't have to fall that far back. It just has to stay out of artillery range, but it's totally fine to move there. Gets the roll on this one. Clearing that city. Double tank build up over here. Nice copter support. This is looking very good. The tank doesn't really protect these guys against this recon, but that's okay. Tank kills the 1 health infantry, continues this cap. This tank must hit this guy, otherwise a little too easy for CatWithYarn to just kill this off completely. Although I think it happens anyway, because tank can kill tank, and then anti-air can combo with the remnants of this infantry to finish it off. We get the battlecopter built up here. Interesting, the recon decided to strike on this side rather than up here, which I don't super like, because that's actually in range of this tank. The artillery is also kind of locking this base down, so that's pretty scary for Shadow here. The base lock panic, oh no! I mean, you can just build an artillery, and you'll be fine. Oh no, I don't know why. Well, this should definitely be tank kills tank, anti-air plus infantry kills infantry. I don't know why this guy's moving up. Killing off an infantry there is nice though. I guess, oh, maybe you can just do tank plus infantry? No, it doesn't quite work. The capture goes through just barely. Oh, we busted on through up here, though. That artillery is in the danger zone. This tank is trying to stop the artillery fire. This isn't going to work, because this guy can just move onto this forest and block the way. So I'd much rather just go kill this recon, build an artillery and copter or something. Tank spam initiated. Yeah, this comm tower goes through. The nightmare is real. Artillery takes out an infantry. Recon's getting really good value. This tank is now trapped in here. Oh no! Recon down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The infantry are in the way, so the anti-air can't reach the copter. Okay, the infantry are getting beat up. Then we have the hyper repair from rmac. Only healed 1,200 value. It was all infantry? Is that really all infantry? It was. That was 12 infantry health. Okay. It does lock this guy in here, I guess. But definitely a very weird play. Kill off those infantry, hit that artillery. The recon, infantry, build another tank. You can also build a medium tank in this kind of situation. Single artillery will hit it a decent chunk, but then you heal it up. Fine. Artillery goes down, so this is very good. CatWithYarn is also now going to be that. I don't know. That must be for rolls. That must be for a possible roll to kill. But CatWithYarn is going to be is going to have the super available on the following turn here, which should be pretty devastating. Losing that 7 health tank sucks. Copter does live, which is really good. Heal up to 7. Tank runs away. Trying to survive another day. Except this side builds a copter over here. Makes sense. Anti over here because he knows about the healing that's about to happen. Got the hyper upgrade, which like 15k. It's pretty good. Heals off the copter. Heals up this copter a lot and is able to hit this tank. I'm not a huge fan of hitting this tank though. I don't know if that was like a I need this copter to do something kind of move, but it is covered by this anti-air. It is on the city. So this is going to heal back up to 9, which is not ideal. And here we do kill off a tank. Build another anti-air. Break through over here. Now, this artillery is all out of defenders. So it looks like with the super CatWithYarn is able to defend this base. And rmac is actually taking a lot of damage this turn, as we can tell, almost up to the super themselves. As like a response super. Which makes these attacks over here kind of bad. It gave that charge, and then these are just going to heal up to 9 in full, fighting the 8 health. Same with this attack down here. Which is why it's always very weird to fight against Andy. Kills the copter and does a super themselves here. These attacks suddenly become very much not worth it. Blew out 15k there. Anti-air takes out the infantry. Anti-air is able to take out the copter thanks to that extra move boost from the super. Tank. Oh, the tank barely survives. Probably shouldn't have stuck around with this artillery to fire at this tank, because this artillery's days are numbered. It'd probably be of more use moving over here, defending these units. I'm not a huge fan of this tank killing itself off. Especially as Andy. I'd rather if it just like tries to move over here. It's covered by the copter and all that stuff. Down here kills off the infantry. This is a very exposed anti-air. So it's probably going to get killed by these 2 tanks, and then this copter, I guess, interrupts the comm tower. You have to build another anti-air over here, because this one's going to go down. There you go. Some nice captures coming in here for rmac. Definitely looking for those unguarded properties and taking them. There goes the... Oh, very interesting. Actually just lets the comm tower go to kill off a 4 health tank. I would not have done that personally. Comm towers are definitely very useful. Kills off that infantry with the anti-air. There was just an infantry build, not another tank. The tank's busting on in here. No anti-air support, so this copter just gets a nice hit. Finishes off this infantry. Recon is built, okay. A mech build down here. Definitely time to retreat from this front. Do some great damage over here. Get both comm towers. Probably want both comm towers first. Oh no! It might have gotten the kill. Which would have let this guy heal up a little bit more. Okay. Definitely get this nice pick off over here. I'm not sure why this anti-air moved to that spot, because it's again leaving it open to tank attack. Okay, I like it. Beat up the anti-air, kill off the tank. We got this infantry at 20%, at that plus 20% firepower from both comm towers. This is a guaranteed 2-hit KO, which is very, very nice. This is now trying to save the anti-air. Oh. Loss of the comm tower, saving this anti-air. So right now, rmac has 0% extra firepower. So a lot of these 2-hit KOs are actually impossible. And, oh my gosh, just barely misses that. Oh my gosh. That's really, really bad. Because Shadow has the super now. So this is going to heal all the way back up to 6. And it's going to cost this copter its life. Like, this attack is not good. Don't do that attack. Well, you can do... Okay, never mind. That's a fine attack. It kills off the... If it was just the tank attack. Okay, well, CatWithYarn is going to have a very good super here. And heal up. Oh my gosh. It's like a 28k heal. Look at all of these units for rmac that are being finished off. They will not be healing. Oh, the copter goes down. Capture starts. Copter goes down. Artillery goes down. Tank goes down. Oh my gosh. All of the infantry are dying. What's happening here is Andy has 2 comm towers, which is 20%. The power activating is another plus 10%, and then Andy's super gives 10%. So this is a plus 40% firepower Andy attacks. This is grim with comm tower. Okay, well, probably should have found a way to hit this with 2 units. Specifically, this copter should not have hit this tank. That's putting it another copter in range of this anti-air, and rmac is going to have the super here. So it's just going to heal up the full... Oh, never mind. This guy goes over and kills it. Never mind. I take that back. But something else should have hit this comm tower for sure. Because this is just going to heal up to 8 and then take the comm tower. Which is a shame. Although that was so much damage done, I don't know if rmac can really come back at that point. No super used right away. Interesting. Does get to kill the copter. rmac should 100% start this turn off. I think use super, capture comm tower. All of these attacks would have 30% more firepower. Which is really good. the hyper upgrade at the end. At least it was done before the capture command went through. So the comm tower did get captured. We have a medium tank over here. Would it? I thought it was a 6. Yeah, it was at 6. Could have used normal power and been really sad. It repairs 2. I wish it repaired 3. Just imagine you play Andy. You should definitely play Andy. Andy is... I personally think Andy is the best designed CO. Rachel repairs 3. And Andy's really good for high level and low level play. Very good. Look at that. Mech survives this. Okay. Income is actually equal. CatWithYarn definitely way above, way up in unit count and unit value. But all of these really good captures that rmac went for on these sides that were really hard for Shadow to protect really paid off there. Why copter? Why was this copter here? Wait a second. Wait. What is that attack? Well, the medium tank's gonna heal up to 10, and then the copter will die. So I would highly recommend in the future that that kind of attack doesn't happen. Yeah, it's back up before. The mechs ready to go for these captures. Sure, I do like Andy mechs. Yeah, I would say the copter use is something to focus on. I would highly recommend seeing if you could find some Starflash games to watch, because Starflash has very good copter usage. Run, medium tank, run. Oh, I see that here. Neo tank is on the field. It looks like the comm towers are going to go back to Shadow. More vehicles getting picked off down here. I imagine a Neo tank's just going to be built here. Grab some more artilleries. Now Shadow's the one picking off some of these very exposed captures, which is good. It's a very cheeky block with that recon. You can take kills off an infantry. Sure. Nothing is going to be able to stop this capture. The Neo tank can just come in here and kill this tank. This tank lives at 1 health, barely holding on. Lots of artillery being built. It will make it very awkward for this medium tank. Ooh, that tank actually lived at 1. Forest, huh? Comes in, gets the first strike on this mech. This one is not actually in range to support it. This one would have to give up the capture to support. So I like that attack. Infantry are forming a wall. There's a medium tank over here to deal with this medium tank. Sure. Okay, this is looking very, very good for Shadow. Yeah, this mech decide to complete his capture rather than hit a tank. That's a great exchange for Andy. Tank's at 6 health, you just heal it back up to full. There's no infantry in range currently to go after this comm tower, so it's fine. They'll try to leave it alone. This comm tower is going to fall. When Andy's within this kind of range of getting the super, it's almost guaranteed that the super is going to be achieved because of how much you heal from it. You can make really poor exchanges and then have no, like, suffer no consequences, basically. Like, you like this tank on plains against the medium tank on the forest, for instance, and get a lot of charge doing that, and then you just heal up all of that damage you took. Like, this attack is great. Look at that, 9-5. You're happy, you got a lot of charge out of it. You're at 5, so you heal back up to 10. But only do that, only do an attack like that when you're going for the super. Because if you don't do the super that turn, then you're just setting yourself up to lose the unit. Smack. Probably shouldn't have attacked with this infantry. I'd prefer to have this infantry hit this medium tank from the mountain, and then you use your super, and then have this guy start capping the HQ. That's going to be really annoying for rmac to deal with. And is something that rmac has to deal with immediately. Definitely tank than infantry in those kind of attacks, so you don't take the chip damage down like that. Okay, sure. Get the artillery over here, protecting these tanks. They're just kind of blocking the way. Everything got cleaned up here very nicely. Okay, rmac is looking to be in a lot of trouble. The hyper upgrade, only down to 13 units. Does get this interrupt. Does clear the HQ and kill the artillery. Nice. Kill that guy. Sadly doesn't get the kill here. You can see how good Neo tanks are against medium tanks on one-on-one engagements, even with the first strike. Although this is because rmac doesn't have a comm tower. More cities start falling that have been kind of exposed. Neo tank just hits this tank. It's gonna get taken out. It's not the worst thing in the world. It does have a bomber support. This is definitely a very overextended attack. If these units come in to join it, I think that will just end it. I'm not sure how rmac is going to be able to deal with the bomber on top of all of this. We'll see. This infantry should definitely go for this capture. No reason to go for the more dangerous one. I'm not sure why this tank moved into artillery range. This artillery should definitely fire on this tank and have the mech walk over and kill it. The other guy came back from being 10k down, that's true. Comebacks happen. The Neo tank actually lives, okay. It's true, there's no comm towers for rmac. Lots of mechs having to be built. Copter's built way down here, okay. Is taken out. Base is now sat on. Artillery gets to fire. Finish off. Use infantry. Not 100% sure why the infantry is running up to the medium tank, but I think it's probably fine. I prefer if this guy just goes and like heals on this city or stands here to stop the tank, medium tank from hitting the anti-air. Mech is also in range of this anti-air. It's a little sketchy. Clear the base. Tank just sits on it. Okay, this is looking bad. Bomber just kills this 5 health medium tank. infantry now in range of stepping onto the HQ once this medium tank gets off. I do not see how rmac can come back from this. rmac's resignation. That was pretty good. We got to see a lot of Andy tactics in that game. And we got to see how you can kind of generate Andy's super by taking those normally poor engagements. I would definitely say the first thing, the next thing to work on is for Shadow is to work on the copter usage and like avoiding our anti-airs and zoning with copters and that kind of thing. But it was very well played. We're almost at unit count max at the end there. Okay, next we have a witty game. There's Rock Golem. Hachi versus Sensei on End of Entropy? Okay. So, I don't know if this is the first time I've shown Hachi off in a replay. But Hachi is very, very good. His day-to-day is that all of his units just cost 10% less, which is solid. It's half of a Colin day-to-day. It doesn't have the stat minus, but it's only 10% instead of 20% off. His normal power, which costs 3 bars here, is that his units cost 50%. And then his super, which is at 5 bars, is that all of his units cost 50% and he can build from his cities like their bases for that turn. Another thing to keep in mind is when Hachi makes everything cost 50%, it actually affects the value of his units on the board. So when his opponents are hitting those units to build charge, they actually get less charge from it, which is really annoying. So Hachi is someone who completely breaks unit count, because as soon as the super hits, you can just like build a tank on all of your cities. So he's also a CO that benefits a lot from banking up cash. And then after your super's over, those units go back to their regular price and they generate more charge than you paid for them. So he's also creating more charge for his next super. Sensei, on the other hand, has really strong infantry and copters and kind of weak everything else. And he's got a 2-star normal power, which creates a 9 health infantry on each of his cities ready to act. And his super, which costs 6 bars here, creates a 9 health mech on all of his cities ready to act. And it also buffs his infantry and copters. You can also join injured units to create cash. Yeah, that's true. That actually works both for Hachi and for Sensei. So it's not when like if right here Sensei creates 2 9 health mechs, for instance, can just join them together and get paid for that. And Hachi can join units together before using the super, and then use the super and use that extra cash to build more units. So let's see how this goes. Hachi is probably the most broken CO by far. But this is a map that favors infantry a lot. And Sensei has really, really, really strong infantry. So we'll see what can be done. Witty is a top player who's known for being very good at stalling. Rock Golem's also a good player. I don't think he plays much League, but he does play a lot of more casual games. Especially running war rooms on the custom game lobby. He's quite good. Witty really doesn't want to get involved in any infantry fights. That's why this guy walked down. Really shouldn't have sent this guy down at all, probably. You don't really want to have infantry versus infantry against Sensei. That's not gonna end very well for you. Goes for this hit here. It's a 7-6, which is fine. Neglects going for this capture to try and put more pressure over here, I guess. With the tank by, so next turn can go tank, infantry strike, infantry goes for this capture, then probably sends this guy up to get this capture. Which actually makes me kind of... No, it's fine, yeah. I was thinking it makes me think you could send this guy up to get this capture and just use this guy to hit, but that doesn't work, because this tank also occupies that tile. So for Sensei, you often want to try and get your normal power really, really fast so that you can start popping off a ton of infantry from these cities and just overwhelm your opponent very early on. There's a few tactics to playing Sensei. There's the build indirects to make use of your bajillion free infantry as blockers. There's just kind of rely on more normal compositions that are very air heavy because you have really strong copters. Those are the main two, I would say. Ooh. Barely misses out on this with a 7-5 attack. I just think he's going to get some nice kills for Witty. This is definitely a very strong map for Sensei, I would say. And, well, I mean, I'll see how good it is for Hachi. Pretty much every map is good for Hachi, so I'm expecting this to be strong for him. And we'll see what kind of buys he goes for. Some unique strategies to Hachi. You can pop your super and then build pipe runners on cities. So, like these two cities would be prime examples of nice cities to build a pipe runner on. Just turn the city into a turret. Pipe runners have 5 range. They hit ground units at the same strength as a rocket, I do believe, and then they can also shoot air units. And for Hachi, with the super active, that will cost 10k to turn a city into a turret. So this would be another city. That would be a prime example of when you'd want to build a pipe runner on. Hachi can also build like a missile here, and the next turn just lock your airport, or even just build like a missile here if he has this city, and then your airport's immediately locked. You could also just build rockets here if you wanted to, instead of going pipe runner strategies. That would also work. Okay. Got the 30% roll there. I think this airport's getting denied by Rock Golem here. A lot of hits are going in, killing off quite a few infantry for against Rock Golem, and the city looks like it's going to fall now. Anti-air built, very good idea. Gotta anticipate that the Sensei player is gonna build copters. And as as Witty starts approaching this super, we're probably going to see a bunch of cash get banked up. That tends to be the Hachi way, even if you start like losing ground because of reinforcements. As soon as your super hits, you can build on these cities at half price, so you can have a giant swing. And then once the super starts rolling, they keep feeding into each other because the cheaper units go back to the original price and charge generation. So it often comes down to just, as long as Hachi can make it to one super, Hachi can make it to every super. And at 5 bars, it really doesn't take very long. Probably would start building mechs at this point. If I was playing as Hachi right now, maybe an anti-air and some mechs. Rock Golem has the power, so we might see a huge wave of infantry here, unless he's wanting... Oh, there we go. Woohoo! You can see that was 13 infantry. They're at 9 health. They're stronger because the power is active. And they're ready to act. So you build them, or you get them on your cities, and they can move immediately. So this guy can actually go for this lab cap right now. You see there? It's very strong. You're usually going to want a lot of anti-airs against Sensei. They one-shot mechs, they one-shot infantry. They're really quite good. And they also one-shot copters, of course. Okay, Witty is getting close to this super. Just 2 bars away. So we will see. Well, the anti-air is just barely not able to keep a lock on this airport. We should see Witty try and bank a lot of money this turn. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. I mean, 5k is something. And then Rock Golem's coming in. Ooh, a nice hit on this artillery, which is being built to try and deal with this artillery, it looks like. And we're having a lot of attacks, infantry versus vehicles. This is probably just to generate charge, as well as the fact that these infantry aren't... it's really not a very important, precious unit to Sensei like it is to everyone else, because he gets to here. We'll see how that... We are at the Hachi turn. So here comes the Merchant Union. Let's see what Witty decides to buy and where. Rock Golem's been doing a pretty good job of denying Witty a lot of these cities. So that's keeping Witty down in econ. Okay, here we go. 1 anti-air, 2 anti-air. Oh, it looks like the replay viewer is not used to Hachi. These are actually costing 4,000, not 8,000. So we might actually see this go into negative money. There we go, negative. We got anti-air tank so far. Got mech there. Infantry there, infantry there, infantry there. This is I mean, you don't have a lot of money stored up as Hachi yet. Got an artillery there, okay. This can be kind of the downside of Hachi, is that it's almost like a bad Sensei power, where you're paying half price, but you're still paying for these infantry, and they don't act immediately. It looks like Witty down to 100. 100 monies there. That's a pretty strong turn. The vehicle count went up by a decent number. There's lots of anti-airs now. And Rock Golem is actually got above Sensei in unit count, which is not very easy to do. You have a copter command from Rock Golem. Now 48 out of 50 units. Lots of infantry. Gonna kill off a lot of these newly spawned guys. Okay. A huge fan of this copter running in here because the anti-airs will be able to kill it. And that will give a pretty juicy amount of charge to Hachi, while denying a juicy amount of charge for Sensei. I kind of like what's going on over here, though. I don't think it quite actually stops or ensures this capture. That's a nice idea. Attack is a little questionable. It's okay. So Sensei's in a little bit of trouble because the anti-airs have actually locked down this airport. Anti-air spam is very good against Sensei. The mech got to hit that artillery. Oh no. Okay, well, that's gonna force some sort of reaction out of Rock Golem. And here goes the copter, and you can see that this is a pretty sizable amount of charge. Just let your copter get taken out like that. Which is really scary because it's like the first Hachi super is pretty deadly, but because it makes so many units, it gives Hachi more time to save up for the next one. So the second, like each subsequent Hachi super is worse than the last. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but we should probably have anti-air kill infantry, tank kill infantry, tank interrupt capture, because you really don't want to lose your city. Yeah, this seems bad to me, but should be fine. Okay, Woody's not saving up yet. He's building some more units. Infantry, Sensei infantry are overwhelming. There wasn't any tank support over here, so yeah, this guy's all on his own. A lot of these infantry will be able to be taken out by the Hachi forces, though, and just build a tank. You'll be fine. Okay. Clear that. Tank interrupt. Tank comes in over here. The artillery's gonna be able to shoot the 5 health. It's not the end of the world. One of the win conditions that Sensei kind of goes for is using all of these free infantry to kill off all of your opponent's infantry. And Hachi can kind of counter that by just being able to spam infantry if need be from a lot of these cities. I imagine this is going to go up to 50. Yep. We're at 50 units. Looks like there was one spawned in every single one of Sensei's cities. So it spawns left to right, top to bottom before it hits the unit count limit. So if you want to check, like, did every single one get used, you want to look at the furthest down rightmost city. If that one got filled, then there was a 100% spawn rate there. It's a pretty scary number of infantry looking at that lab now. Maybe Witty should have saved up. We'll see. Definitely should save up this turn. Although I guess you can't, because you need to build something down here to save your lab. Slash base. Mechs on mech violence. Sensei mechs approaching both of these bases, actually. So we'll see what Witty does about that. Usually you can just build heavy tanks. And if things are desperate enough, I guess you can always use the normal power of Hachi if you have to just build very inexpensive heavy tanks on your bases to keep them alive. That recon buy seems really sketchy to me. I would not be surprised if Sensei can clear that. I guess not, because this tank can't reach this force, so it's only 2 sides. We have a rocket over here. Try and save this airport. Witty's saving just another 5k this time. It might just be enough. You don't have to go to big time save mode, but usually I would recommend, if you're about to get your super, you can just do a round of like infantry to save up for your super, and then you can do really big buys. Yeah, when Rock Golem gets to this level of unit count, should definitely, you can save up for the super at that point. The base is starting to fall, which is not super scary for Hachi, but I mean, it is somewhat scary. This is more scary when like everything around the base falls. Since Hachi can build from cities, it's not the death sentence that it is for other COs. But it's also very rare to start losing your bases here. So Hachi's got 25k, which is a effectively 50k. Everything's half price. Let's try to save this lab. Copter coming on in. Up on these poor infantry. Tried to get this nice breakthrough that would let the anti-air kill the copter. Actually pretty impressive that this copter hasn't died. Anti-air comes through. It's a hit on the rocket. Tank gets taken out. The infantry goes for this airport cap. Starts moving in on that base up there. We have the medium tank bot. Anti-air backup. Some more infantry. We have a rocket buy. I would really consider some sort of indirect buys over here to save the bases. Actually, okay. I do not agree with this attack. That seems definitely stop Sensei from taking your base. I know I said that it's not the biggest deal for Hachi to lose the base, but you still don't want to lose it. This was definitely a mixed base madness stream, yeah. Okay. I think Hachi, he's only had 200 left. Just let the base cap go through, which is not a good idea. It doesn't hurt Hachi a ton, but it does help Sensei to build vehicles right here. See how strong those Sensei copters are. Also left this base uncovered. Okay. Well, over here is definitely looking pretty nice for Witty. But elsewhere, I would say that Rock Golem is doing some serious work. I'm not sure if... Yeah, okay, we're just going to go with the copter command. I was like, I'm not sure if saving up for the super would be a good idea here. And here you can see that 3 units were missed out on just because of the unit cap. Sensei's... be a running theme if you wanted it to be. It's true. This is Sensei's Bane. And that's why if you have a Sensei mirror, you want to be the bottom Sensei, like bottom right. So when you're running into unit caps, you're the ones that don't spawn are like way over here in the back. Because if you're top here, then you like fill out your back 40, and then the contested properties that you're fighting over don't get the infantry. So even when not in the mirror, you definitely prefer to be down here if you're playing a Sensei. Which can happen in League because Sensei is available in high funds. Hachi is not. The audacity of Rock Golem here. Instead of going for the base cap on the other base, just joins the mechs together to reach 30k income to build a mega tank up here, and then I guess not base, and then does a single base skip holding, has a unit available, has 1,000, decides not to build an infantry. Fine. Rocket goes down. Airport's being captured. Kill off the tank. Kill off the infantry. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, this airport is getting captured. Over here, we'll see. Ooh, that's nice. That's a nice breakthrough. Kill off the artillery. Kill off the infantry. Save the capture. You need the money. You are Hachi. Kill off an infantry below their copter. Sure. Tank. These guys back, so they're not getting easily up, I guess. Not sure why this guy didn't go into the city and then this guy now this guy can be taken out by this, but whatever. Kills off infantry. Copter somehow has survived the Hachi anti-air swarms. Should probably have built more anti-airs. Witty resigns? Why? Sometimes Witty has real life stuff come up and he'll resign because of that, but seems fine from what I can tell in this situation. Like I said, you can let the bases fall and just use your cities to take them back. It's definitely not good to just let them fall, but not gonna lose this lab. Loses this lab doesn't really matter. Looks like he's holding on over here. I guess the anti-air hits the copter and that's why, or something. I don't know. This was probably out of game reasons. But yeah, Sensei was starting to fall off because the unit counts were getting up to the max. So there's no longer just going to be a huge overwhelming number of the over here looks pretty good for Sensei. Can probably get this city, maybe this city too. But yeah, I mean, Hachi should end up winning this. Although letting these bases go is just so weird. But I'll that was over 4 hours, so I'm gonna end the stream there. I hope you guys enjoyed the mixed base madness. And I will leave everyone with an apple. Apple time, yes. Have a good night and have a good one.